Hello. Good morning. Perfect ना चलो.
Ma'am, you're audible. One small crack does not mean that you are broken. It means that you were put to the test and you didn't fall apart. Good morning, everyone. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to Kaleidoscope 2022. I extend greetings and gratitude to our Principal Ma'am Miss Vibha Singh, Vice Principal Ma'am Miss Kanika Sachdeva Govi, Vice Principal Ma'am Miss Anshu Kumar, eminent panelists, students, parents, and all of you who are attending today's event via YouTube from all over the country. Ananya, you were not audible.
Still not audible, Ananya.
Ananya, you could remove the headphones and then start. Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. Kaleidoscope is an annual event organized by the Department of Mental Health, HOPE, of Delhi Public School Rohini with the objective of providing an insight on mental health and well-being. Mental health is an integral part of our lives, and thus it requires more sunlight and candor. There is a pressing need to be more vocal about it. Kaleidoscope aims to do this while providing a forum to unravel the subtlety of mental health.
We begin the day's proceedings with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, invoking the blessings of the Almighty, accompanied by a Ganesh Vandana. I now request our respected principal, Ms. Vibha Singh, to address the gathering.
A very good morning to everyone. So today we are celebrating Kaleidoscope, the annual festival of the celebration of mental well-being, emotional well-being, where I have been told around 41 schools are participating across the country. That's a huge number. I extend a hearty welcome to the worthy judges, panelists, students, parents, and teachers of all the participating schools. Today, if I say the awareness about the mental health is more than any time before. if we go a little back in time, the awareness was much lesser. Very few people would talk about the mental well-being or the emotional well-being. To them, generally, the health meant only the physical health. Now the things are improving. People are more aware. We are more aware of the mental well-being, emotional well-being. We talk about EQ, not only about IQ. And things are improving, but then we have to go a long way. When we are sitting in Delhi and talking about mental well-being and emotional well-being is a very, very different thing, because looking into the diversity of India, the things are still only in the metros where we are concentrating on these issues, and that also not completely. So we have to bring awareness, and this, if I talk about Kaleidoscope, is a very, very important step in that direction, because it is not only from the metros where the people are participating, from every nook and corner, the teachers and the children are participating, and that brings out the awareness. And then particularly the whole festival being streaming on the YouTube brings about the awareness among the general public also. So if I talk about the mental health in children, we all know that good mental health is the key to children's success in life. Research demonstrates that the students who receive socio, emotional, and behavioral health support achieve better in school and also in life. And if it is left unattended, there are negative outcomes leading to delinquency, dropping out, bullying, even substance abuse, and so on. Particularly when we talk about the adolescents, and it is the topic of the panel discussion also, it is the time for the young people to have a healthy start in life. While the number of adolescents reporting the mental health issue is also increasing. So the school and the parents have a huge, huge responsibility here to create protective relationships with adolescents and help them grow into the healthy individuals. We have learned nationally during the COVID times that the schools are actually critical in our communities to support children and families. School not only teach academics, but also give opportunities to the children to engage themselves into the physical, mental, and social activities, which actually bring out the stress and bring down the negative outcomes. However, during the pandemic time, the school activities and the school services have been disrupted badly, which has a long-term effect on the entire families, in the children, including the parents, and it will take a long time to heal also. Schools, if we all know, because we have the counselors here, we have the teacher counselors. Now schools, if we talk about, is an ideal place to provide mental and behavioral health services to the children. And research shows that the students are more likely to take these counseling services if they are readily available in the school. And it's the school's mental health departments can help reduce the stigma associated with receiving the mental health services by making it a part of the fabric of the school system. So increased access to the mental health services in school is vital in improving the physical and psychological safety of the children. It's a very important thing for because the 41 schools are present, and I'm sure all the school counselors are present at this time. I would suggest that the school counselor would be the most seen around person in the school, the most friendly one, the most available and accessible to us. And sometimes what happens that the children are actually not even aware of that, and the parents are not even aware of that what are the counseling services the school provides, or what is the job of a school counselor. And sometimes it becomes a taboo. It is like, if I talk about DPS Rohini, we've got a department called HOPE, which is the mental health department of the school, and which is functioning in a very proactive manner. But if at all the counselor is just sitting in her room and the children may or may not come to her, it is not expected that the children are coming to her. It is expected that the counselor should reach the children. And the parents, and it's a very, very important issue, because generally what happens, suppose the children, one of the child is called for counseling, the rest of the children might be making fun of that child. Oh, he's the one who's going for counseling. Oh, he needs it. Because mental health issues have become very aware, but still it is a taboo subject, and it's not easy for the parents to accept it. So a very, very important thing for the school counselors, for the mental health departments would be to be as accessible as and making as comfortable the children to, and bringing awareness about the whole school. And this job is not only of a professional counselor or the school counselor. I feel that all the teachers, there is a term called there's a term called a teacher counselor. For that, at least each teacher, she can go for a diploma, whether it is a 3 months or 6 months or a year long. And generally, these are the distance diplomas where you just go through your books and you're aware of that because the best of the schools in Delhi of 500 children to one counselor. And if we talk about counseling, it's a very slow process. It's a one-to-one process, and it takes long. So the ratio of the counselors is still not very good. It's a huge ratio. So let each teacher, I would request the administrators and the teachers, and you can always talk to your principals, that let each teacher take up some professional courses, so that we are available all the time for our children, because it is one of the most important thing during these days. Not that the mental illness has increased or anything, but the thing is that the reporting is increasing slowly. And initially, I remember that the children were ADHD, and the people would be, and you would not understand why this guy cannot sit, why can't he behave, why can't he study, and in fact, the corporal punishment will be met out and all those things. Things are improving, but still it is restricted to the metro cities and the larger cities. It is important for all of us to have more of such activities where the pan-India, and thank to online at this time that the pan-India participation was possible and awareness reaches to each and every nook and corner of the country. So I appreciate wholeheartedly the Hope Department, the mental health department of our school, which is headed by Jyoti, and then we have Mamta, and then we have Sophia. These are school counselors, and apart from, and who have really put together this festival, that is Kaleidoscope, which is encompassing the plethora of the activities which actually to stimulate the young minds and to promote mental wellness among the children, and not last and not the least is to bring awareness among the people. So I appreciate not only the Hope team, but the entire school team, the IT department, the activity in charges, the teacher in charges, the state, and everybody who has put together the team who's worked in tandem to bring out the kaleidoscope. And thank you so much once again. Best wishes to the participants. And thank you and welcome to the panelists, to the judges, once again for joining us. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of wisdom. This year, we conducted 3 online events of Mukt, Vivechan, and Abhivyakti.
Poster presentation competition of Mukt was organized for classes 8 and 9. Students exhibited their posters on the theme Adolescence and the Digital World. The judges for the same were Dr. Anil Sangwan, clinical psychologist and special educator, and Mrs. Ritu Batra, alumnus of DPS Rohini and NIFD.
Vivechan, an English slam poetry competition, was also conducted for classes 9th and 11th. Students presented self-composed poems on the theme Stereotypes in the Evolving World. Entries for the same were received in the form of YouTube links. Ms. Paya Lukpal, PGT English, and Ms. Sakhi Chadha, journalist and senior copy editor, were our esteemed judges. Students of classes 6th and 7th under the special education wing of DPS Rohini were invited to showcase their talents in the non-competitive program Abhivyakti.
This year, we will be conducting two live events, Jagrit and Bolbala. We begin with Bolbala, wherein a student with special needs will be paired with a student without special needs to typewrite a story and share it via mail during the competition. The jury includes Dr. Preeti Kapoor, retired Associate Professor, Department of Psychology, Daulat Ram College, Delhi University, and Dr. Renu Goyal, Child and Adolescent Clinical Psychologist. I request the participants of Bolbala to join the links provided to them.
Now, we move on to the event Jagrat. The participants will be required to voice their opinion for 2 minutes on audio and video clippings shown for each school having the respective school codes. In a slot, 7 videos will be shown to 7 schools. Prior to every video, school code of the respective school will reflect. The participants need to be aware of their school codes as school names will not be shown. Participants need to start with their name and the school codes as they start speaking. Participants are required to highlight the underlying psychological concept and then critically evaluate the psychological perspective. Only verbal mode of expression is allowed for presentation. Exceeding the time limit will lead to negative marking. Participants are required to turn on their mic and camera during the presentation.
We welcome Dr. Renu Kishore, retired Associate Professor, Department of Psychology, Daulat Ram College, Delhi University, and Ms. Prachi Biswas, Vice President of Training and Development at Anand Global Foundation, to judge the event. The participants of Bolbala are requested to join the links that were provided to them.
Link.
Kirti ma'am, we'll just wait for the Bolbala participants to move just for a minute. While the Bolbala participants move, then we can start. We request the Bolbala participants to join their link, please, so that we can start with the Jagriti event.
And can you please tell that where would we find the link for Bolbala? Hello.
Dear participants, the link for Bolbala competition have been shared with your teacher in charges. Dear participants of Bolbala, the specific link for your meeting room for Bolbala competition has been shared with your teacher in charges.
Ma'am, but we can't see the link where it is.
Dear participants of Bolbala, please contact your teachers for your specific link, your teacher in charges. Please contact them for your specific links for the competition.
Okay, ma'am.
ये देखो शील्ड लेग हेलमेट होमवर्क हो गया मम्मी ये देखो फिर दाग लगा दिया पापा ये लीजिए आपके घर जाने की टिकट हेलो या आई एम जस्ट गोइंग टू सेंड यू द ईमेल इन 5 मिनट्स या गिव मी 5 मिनट्स आई एम वर्किंग ऑन द प्रेजेंट
मेरी छोटी सी गुड़िया कितनी बड़ी हो गई, घर घर खेलती थी, अब घर संभालती है, ऑफिस संभालती है। आई एम सो प्राउड एंड आई एम सो सॉरी। सॉरी कि ये सब तुम्हें अकेले करना पड़ता है। सॉरी कि जब तुम घर घर खेलती थी तो मैंने तुम्हें रोका नहीं। ये नहीं कहा कि ये सिर्फ तुम्हारा काम नहीं है, तुम्हारे हस्बैंड का भी है, पर कहता भी कैसे है।
और मेरी ग्रीन शर्ट धो देना।
मैंने भी तो कभी तुम्हारी मम्मी की हेल्प नहीं की, और तुमने जो देखा वही सीखा। तुम्हारे हस्बैंड ने भी बचपन में यही देखा होगा। घर घर खेलते वक्त वो टीवी देखने की या न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ने की एक्टिंग करता होगा, और तुम जैसी कोई छोटी सी लड़की चाय बनाने की एक्टिंग करती होगी। उसके डैड की तरफ से सॉरी, तुम्हारे डैड की तरफ से सॉरी, और हर उस डैड की तरफ से सॉरी जिसने कई कई सालों से एक गलत एग्जाम्पल सेट किया है। पर अभी भी देर नहीं हुई। इस सॉरी के साथ मैं अपनी तरफ से एक छोटी सी कोशिश करूंगा कि घर के काम में मम्मी की हेल्प करो। किचन का किंग ना बन पाऊं तो कम से कम लॉन्ड्री में तो हाथ बटाऊं। इतने साल एक गलत एग्जाम्पल सेट किया है, अब कुछ सही कर जाऊं। तुम्हारा पापा।
मेरा बेटा अथर फुटबॉल का बहुत बड़ा फैन है। हमारे यहाँ की टीम में सिलेक्ट नहीं हुआ, लेकिन जिद नहीं छोड़ी उसने। फिर एक दिन,
मम्मी, मैं टीम में सिलेक्ट हो गया।
अरे वाह!
तो अब वो नए फुटबॉल शूज?
ऑफ कोर्स, डिजर्व करता है वो। अब चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, प्रैक्टिस कभी मिस नहीं करता। इसीलिए आज मैच के दिन उसे सरप्राइज देने आई हूँ। अथर्व टीम में था ही नहीं।
आज भी क्या मस्त खेला है तू, सच्ची। और यहाँ एकदम मस्त। थैंक यू यार। इट्स ओके।
अथर्व,
मेरा दोस्त सूरज वो शूज नहीं खरीद सकता, इसलिए मैं अपने शूज रोज सूरज को देता था। थैंक यू यार।
आज मेरा अथर्व बिना खेले ही जीत गया। My son is ready for life.
With this advert, when people notice women, they notice her injuries, those injuries start to disappear. So it's an incredibly powerful way to show everybody that together, if we are prepared to see and hear about domestic violence and not let it be a taboo, we can end it together.
So we hooked up with Women's Aid, who we've done a lot of work with before, to come up with a really simple idea. So if you walk past one of these posters, look at it, actually pay attention to it. How can we sort of just really drive that on an emotional level? Very simple. You walk past, it recognises you, it takes no data from you, but it just adds you to a progress chart. and the more people who look at it, then it changes the lady's expression, and the bruises disappear, and she says thank you at the end. So it's very, very simple. Underneath it, it's actually quite complicated, but the technology is invisible, and that's how we wanted it to be.
Domestic violence is still a real taboo in our society. When women come forward, they're not listened to, they're not believed, they're not heard. When you're a victim of a crime, you expect to be heard, you expect to be believed by your friends, by your colleagues, and most of all by professionals who are supposed to do something about it. I think people are quite shocked when they see the image of the woman, but then domestic violence is shocking. We must remember that 2 women a week on average are killed in England and Wales by a partner or former partner. It is a really shocking issue. So I think initially people are shocked, but I think the end message is really positive, that we can end domestic violence, that we mustn't let it be a taboo. We must face up to this fact in our society. So I think that's a really strong and powerful message that's come through really clearly in the advert.
Well, my personal experience, I've stood underneath this thing looking at people's faces, and everybody's looking up at it. So it's really, the image is really powerful anyway. But when they see themselves actually interacting with it, you can just see they're making that connection between they're looking at it and they're making it happen. So
through the centre and away from one defender. There's another one in the way, and he places it in the net. It's a really good work sequence.
छोड़ के सुन तू मेरा ना जा अब ना जा आसमां को छूना सिखलाया मुझको तोड़ना
वो पापा वो ना कुछ फ्रेंड्स बुला रहे थे इस समय, तो मैं जाऊं?
तो पापा सनी का ताश पार्टी है, वहीं जा रहा हूँ, रात को वहीं रुकूंगा, ठीक है? मेरे जूते देखा किसी ने?
ये कोई टाइम है बाहर जाने का? हाँ? इतनी रात को पता ही नहीं बाहर जाके रात को क्या करते हैं।
क्या हुआ?
इनसे ही पूछ लो क्या हुआ।
क्या हुआ?
घर का जवान बेटा कहीं बाहर जाके किसी लड़की को छेड़ दिया तो, कहीं कुछ कराया तो कौन देगा तुझे लड़की है? बता। जाते जाते इसको छोड़ देना।
एक बार फिर आसमां से एक अलग जगमग नजारा दिखेगा, बस कोई इस चकाचौंध में छुप जाएगा। मिठास थालियों में सजेगी, पर खिलाने वाले को मिठाई कौन खिलाएगा? घर को निकल पड़े हैं दिवाली मनाने, पर घर पहुंचाने वाले पर ध्यान नहीं जाएगा। नजरों से रॉकेट के पीछे पीछे भागेंगे और कोई हमें अपनी नजर से एक पल के लिए भी ना हटाएगा। हर तरफ बस मुस्कुराहटें, हंसी के ठहाके, और कोई बस हमारी फिक्र में दिवाली बिताएगा। हमारा त्योहार बिल्कुल हमारे जैसे परिवार, पर सब छोड़कर काम पर निकल जाते हैं। ऑफिस, सिक्योरिटी, हॉस्पिटल, फायर स्टेशन, एयरपोर्ट। आइए अनबॉक्स करें इनकी दिवाली और स्नैपडील के जरिए एक तोहफा पहुंचाकर इन्हें बताएं कि हमारी दिवाली घर पर आराम से सिर्फ इसलिए मनेगी क्योंकि ये एवरीडे हीरोज काम कर रहे हैं बिना रुके।
Can we have the first participant, K1, for the verbal presentation?
Sure, ma'am. If you could just give me 1 second, I'll arrange my
Sure,
camera.
sure,
and start
sure.
with it. Am I visible, ma'am?
Yes, but you can start.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Krish Chaudhary, and I'm here to talk about something that we all know about, and most of us can relate to. But the fact is, understanding its meaning is what it comes, what is important. In the beginning, I'd like to start with a small quote that I once heard. The heart of a mother is a deep abyss, at the bottom of which you'll always find forgiveness. So first, I'll try to explain what a mother is, her relevance. A mother is more than a human. She acts as a beacon of hope, meaning, an originator, and for some, even as a god for a newborn baby. People like Steve Harvey are examples, and Terry Crews are examples of people who were extremely well connected with their mothers, who their mothers were the only beacon of hope for them in their dark times. But we also got to understand from the video that we just saw that a mom is more than a mother. Her dharma or her duty is more than a mother. It's one of a women. It's one of a family controller. At the same time, it's something that she wants to do on her own, and that's where the fine line comes in. Understanding whether the a mother is whether the women herself, what is her choices, what are the decisions that she wants to make in her life, what she wants to do, and at the same time, uh, what are how what are the problems that she's facing. That is what I understood from the video, that as a child I need to understand, or anyone for that matter needs to understand what their mothers aim agenda is besides rearing. Thank you so much.
Can we have the next participant, please? K2.
Greetings, everyone. Who knew that such a short video can be so overwhelming? First of all, my videos wasn't solely based on a random act of kindness, but it was also based on a perspective that a habit can make that these kind habits of being good from inside is not just a tendency, it was that man's tendency, whereas the spectators watched that the people and these things, they were also, it was just a habit of them begging. But no, the that this man is innocent and these people will go on begging, but and he will just give it all without thinking twice uh, to these people. But he was actually a kind of unsung hero to them, and at last when his acts were uh, he showed result, he saw that how hard his work was, and how big the consequences were. So how can we change was the real motive of the whole video. And in the whole video, the effect was on audience, and through the spectators, through the audience, that uh, uh, the man and the people, how they perceive things, and how the habits are not just of kindness changing and heroes in today's world. Thank you.
Can we have the next participant, please?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, I'm Kasak Yadav and my school code is K2, K3. So, I'd like to start with a quote: no act of kindness, no matter how small, is never wasted. A child's education, a child's surroundings, and a child's parents always have a very much important role in the child's growth, their social well being, and their mental well being. The child's mother taught him very good values. That's how he became such a compassionate and kind boy at such a little age. Because it was the it was the mother played a huge role in in making the boy really compassionate. And as we saw that the child was compassionate and he gave his shoes to another boy, because at his age kids are very much attached to their own things, their own belongings, their toys, they don't share. But it was the mother who played who nurtured him very well to be such a compassionate human being. And we also saw that the mother was really proud of her child, because she saw that even though he didn't participate in the football match, he had already won the game of life. Thank you very much. I'd like to end now.
The next participant to take over.
Ma'am, I would like to recheck. It was K9 after this, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. A very good morning to respected judges and my fellow participants. As you could see, my video was about domestic violence. Domestic violence is still a very big taboo in our country and in the world actually. Domestic violence leads to trauma, it leads to fear, it leads to anxiety, and a lot of more things. Home is supposed to be a very safe environment, a very stable environment, and an environment full of love. But through domestic violence, it leads to fear, anxiety, and even scared to be in your own home. As it leads to trauma, and as we all know, trauma after a traumatic experience, trauma interferes with everyday functioning of our brain. It gives us emotional distress. It interferes with even cognitive function sometimes. Further trauma leads to depression, it leads to fear, it leads to anxiety, and suicide in worst cases. Study shows that traumatic experiences from domestic violence can also lead to drug abuse, as we all know, which is substance abuse. This is not acceptable in this age at least. It was never acceptable, but we made it normal in past generations, in past centuries. But in my opinion, At this point, it needs to stop. And the video, I think, it said the same thing to us. It is absolutely not acceptable now. Thank you.
Can we have the next participant? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ananya from K11 school, and today I'm going to talk about the video that we just watched on something that we've all.
1 second, Ananya. We have K10 also before you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Good morning, everyone. My video was all about how cultural approach defines our personality and how the surroundings us around us make us who we are. I think the girl always do wanted to become a footballer, but somehow her father was always pushing her into the direction of education, which the society has framed that only the boys are allowed to play football. And in fact that is also a taboo because the most important thing is in fact just studying in academics. I think that it very explicitly explains the theory that Rogers said, that our society really influences and makes us who we are. And but at the end I think the father was able to cut through the social norms and show a sign of unconditional positive regard for for his child and support her in what she wanted to be. I think this is incredibly important that in today's society we cut through these ties and really reach our highest potential, because that is what is most important: self actualization and reaching the attaining the most self esteem and reaching that part where we cut through what animals are and actually self actualize and become come at the top is what makes us humans. I'll finally end by one of the most beautiful lines by Winston Churchill: we make a living with what we get, we make a life with what we give. And I think it is incredibly important to give this support to the society, to the children, so that they reach their highest potential and make this world a better place, because that is what we humans do. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, can we have the next participant now?
Yes, ma'am. My camera has been disabled. I'm so sorry for the confusion. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ananya from K11 school, and today I would like to talk about something that we're all basically a part of, how we've seen in the video: patriarchy. Now, the video that I was given and that I just watched, we pan out to something that we've probably all seen before and we've all experienced before. We see a girl nervously walking to her father, muttering. She's overcome by fear because she wants to go and ask her father whether she can go out and meet her friends at night. Whereas her brother just nonchalantly walks in, informing her father that, hey, I'm going out and I'm going to be late. This visualizes the sheer hypocrisy that we have in our society, where a boy can just go out whenever he wants, while a girl has to seek permission. We then see the father sternly say things like, "ये कोई समय है बाहर जाने का? अभी क्या हो जाएगा तुम्हें?" And this, to me, this video was a slap in the face. It didn't focus on telling us the problem of patriarchy. It focused on this hypocrisy that we all made in our heads. Because as soon as we heard the father saying those lines, we instantly connected it that he was probably talking about the daughter. He was probably telling the daughter not to go out. However, when the music drops and there's a complete silence, and our heart is in our mouth from suspense. We find a really heartwarming change. We find that he's actually talking about the sun. He's telling the sun, hey, what if you go out at this time? What if you harass people? What if this isn't good? This shows us that he's breaking gender norms, he's breaking patriarchal norms. And this is a very heartwarming thing that we can take away from this. We need to celebrate change, as they said in the video. We need to celebrate change, we need to work towards it to make the society a better place for all. Thank you.
Can we have the next participant, please? K12. K12, the next participant, please. Surabhi Govil, K12. Do we have Surabhi here?
Mamta ma'am, she is not here.
So we need to move on then. Kirti ma'am, can you play the next set, please?
जूस कैसा था फुटबॉल प्रैक्टिस? गुड नाइट आहान.
गुड नाइट माँ.
ये लो भाई, मिठाई खाओ.
वो मिठाई नहीं, डोनट है.
राइट. तो जल्दी से एक ले लो.
क्यों ना हम एक शेयर करें आहान?
पापा,
हाँ
आपकी मैथ्स कैसी थी?
मैच गुड गुड. ये कहां से मिला?
अमोल राणे 3 out of 100. मैथ्स टीचर का बेटा, विनोद राणे का बेटा, गेट आउट.
इस पेपर ने मेरी जिंदगी बदल दी.
मेरे पापा को 3 out of 100 नहीं आ सकता.
Innovation is equal to invention.
बस तू जाने या मैं जानूं what I feel for you.
I'm sorry.
No, no, I'm sorry.
And this is Elena.
Hi.
And this is Darshini. Give her a high five. Make a funny face at her. What do you like about her?
ड्रेस अच्छी लगती है ड्रेस की स्माइल बहुत अच्छी लगती है
And now, slap her. Come on, slap her. No?
No, no, no,
No, sure?
no, no, नहीं
Why not?
तो एक लड़की है तो उसको कोई कुछ टाइम पर नहीं करते लड़की को मारना बैड मारना सोचता क्योंकि मम्मी भाई की लड़कियों को स्लैप करना मम्मी बात होती है I'm a boy and it's not good to it.
एक स्माइल दे जरा मुस्कुरा अपने हैं सब तो रिश्ता बना कुछ मेरी सुन कुछ अपनी सुना एक स्माइल दे जरा मुस्कुरा एक स्माइल 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 दे जरा मुस्कुरा अपने हैं सब तो रिश्ता बना कभी खुद को झुका कभी उसको उठा एक स्माइल दे जरा मुस्कुरा एक स्माइल मुस्कुरा मुस्कुरा एक स्माइल मुस्कुरा मुस्कुरा एक स्माइल दे जरा मुस्कुरा क्यूट सी हंसी ने फिर हंसा दिया मुझसे कहा स्माइल दे जरा
Where is the bus? I'm late, and Mum's going to kill me. It's really dark. I always feel like someone's watching me. I'm going to fail my driving test. I'm dropping to pass now. I'm never going to get those essays done by Monday. Am I going to get enough points in leaving? Why don't guys like me? They're just hanging out with me out of pity. I just want to talk to someone. I should be studying, but I can't. I'm going to fail the leaving cert. Will's going to break up with me. Why can't they leave me alone? I can't face school tomorrow. My mum doesn't understand me. Are they separating for real this time? Should I move in with my mom or my dad? Is that going to get better? What am I going to do with my life? I need a job. They're going to kill me for failing that exam. I spend way too much time on Facebook. What should I do in college? Do I have any real friends? Why am I such a freak? Why is everyone mocking me? I look horrible. Will anyone go to my dad's with me? Why did I get drunk and make such a fool out of myself? Everyone judges me. What's everyone going to think about me tomorrow? What's my mum going to say? I'm afraid to talk to my friends. My parents won't listen. There's no one to turn to. I'm afraid.
Are you okay?
Actually,
We all have problems. It's how we deal with them that makes us different. If negative thoughts are overwhelming you, you can always talk to a friend, a parent, a teacher, a guidance counselor, or a healthcare professional. Control your problems. Control your life.
To those who live in their little bubble, that a girl can't juggle between the office and the home because they think it'll be such a struggle. Well, it's the last thing on my mind. And how some colleagues get a kick by shooting their mouth. It's the last thing on my mind. Or that question that everyone seems to have on their face about why I act like I own the place. It seems like their fragile egos I bruise with my views because they think I'm getting too big for my shoes. Oh, how heavy these boxes are. And honestly, should girls be going to such a bar? We are not long-term is something they believe. Because soon we'll get married and go on maternity leave.
I'm sorry, I think they forgot to inform me.
That's the last thing on my mind.
Can we have the first participant, please? K13.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am, but the videos for, I believe, K4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 haven't been shown. So will they be
That will
shown?
be done. That will be done at the end.
Okay,
You'll see it in the next slot. Just be aware of the next slot.
Ma'am, my camera is disabled.
Kirti ma'am, can you help? 1 second, we'll just check. Kirti ma'am, can you please check the camera for this student is disabled? I think it's enabled from our end. We can't see except for one. That's for teacher in charge. Somehow it's disabled, but for the other, it's enabled. Have you turned on your camera?
Ma'am, I'm pressing the option, but it shows it is disabled.
Kirti ma'am, can you check for K13? It's enabled. I have checked, it's enabled.
Enabled. Just check.
Yeah, it's enabled. I also checked.
But you need to check at your end.
Yeah, Mamta, can we move to the next one in the
Yes,
meantime?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can we have K14, please?
Give me a minute.
You can figure out your camera. Yes, we can have K14. K14 participant, can we start?
Yes, ma'am. Can I just get a second?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Anagha and my school code is K14. As a
Anagha,
child,
you're
we're
not
all
visible. Your camera.
Can we restart the
Turn
time?
on your camera.
Ma'am, I have turned on my camera. Are you sure you can't see me?
I am not able to see. Kirti ma'am, are you able to see? Yeah, visible now. Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, ma'am, can you show the timer on the screen again? Yeah.
Yes, yes, it's there.
Thank you. So good morning. My name is Ganagha Chavan, and I'm from the school code K14. As a child, we're all expected to meet our adults' expectations and live up to those expectations. To believe that that is the type of level we are supposed to reach in our life. That's the way the father was raised in his own home, being scolded because he didn't score enough, being scolded because he wasn't at the level you'd expect a maths teacher's kid to be at. Because of that guilt, because of that sense of guilt, he ran away from home. And this is the experience that changed his life. He's always been guilty about that, and because of this, he has not been meeting his father either. To see his daughter, which we can see was raised in a much better way, create a sense of initiative. She tried to encourage and teach him in a way that his own father didn't. She didn't just try to end it there though. She worked hard to reunite the son and the father bond. And by doing this, she hit two birds with one stone, overcoming that sense of guilt and also by making the two reunite. We can see how much parental acceptance shapes our behavior and shapes a person. Also, the scene in which he was seen sleeping because he was too afraid to concentrate in class because he would be picked out, to transition it to a scene where he was working so hard to prove to himself that he was enough. This shows us how important a good approach towards learning is, and how the culture you grow up in really shapes you, really shapes how your brain works, and really shapes how you behave in the society. So, thank you. That's it.
K13, are you able to switch on your camera now?
Ma'am, I'm switching to another device. Just a minute.
Yeah, should we take on the next one, K14?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, K15, you can present till the time K13 is back. K15. Janvi. Can we have you, Janvi? K15. Yeah. Please unmute. Kirti ma'am, Janvi is not able to unmute. Mic is enabled, ma'am.
Yeah, Janvi, can you just try? Okay, the mic is enabled, beta.
Yeah, it's enabled.
Just try it again.
Click on the icon next to the camera. She's not able to. Should we move on to the next participant till this is figured out?
Ma'am, I am able to turn
Yeah,
on my camera
we
now
can
on
hear you now.
K30.
Yeah, we are able to hear you now. K13. So K15, Janvi, can you figure it out? We'll take on K13 till then. Turn off your camera. Yeah. K13, you need to switch on your camera, please.
Ma'am, am I visible?
Yes, you're visible now. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Good evening, my respected teachers and judges, and everyone present here. I'm Ashna Taneja from K13. I personally think that the video clip beautifully covered the topic of parent child relationship and the importance of guardianship on a child's life. I would like to start by saying that the effect of the parent support has an adverse effect on a child's life and their personality and helps them grow up. It is human nature to show negligence while adopting to change. But moving on from such a personal close relationship puts even adults in stress and sometimes depression. Psychological issues like anxiety and stress are common in children, especially adolescents. But social problems like a tremendous loss might make those psychological issues adverse and have a very harsh impact on a child's mental health. A small child suffering from such a tremendous loss can affect their social life harshly. All they need at that moment is good company and guardianship to help them cope so that they can move on from a loss and continue their life without problems. The parent or the guardian or good company needs to make them feel comfortable so they can not hold emotions but let out these emotions that they are holding so that they can easily move on from a situation and live their life without any problems. A parent will have effect on a child and will help them grow even after they are not there for them, but a child needs to live their social life anyways. And I would like to end by saying a quote, which is: one small crack does not mean that you're broken, it means that you were to test and you didn't fall apart. Thank you.
We request all the participants to stick to the timings. Can we have K15 now if you're able to unmute? Otherwise, we'll move on to K16. We are connecting with your teacher to figure out again. Can we have K16? Mohammed Tahoor?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Switch on your camera, please.
1 second. Am I visible as well?
Yes, you're visible. Go ahead.
Okay, let me start. Warm greetings to everyone. This is Tahoor K16. And just for context for everyone, I'll be speaking on the video of the actress offering smiles to everyone. This video imparted a very important lesson to me, despite it being a very, very simple one. It taught me the impact a simple smile can have. We might not realize as we go about our daily lives how big of an impact a kind smile to a stranger can be. A warm smile, as we all know, is a universal sign of kindness. Carrying a smile everywhere, we ourselves also feel confident. We feel cheerful. We feel like we have power over what we do. And I also doubt we realize what a simple smile can be. It can be the absolute highlight of someone's day. This video has no dialogues, not a single one. And we realized that we did not need any words to be spoken to understand very clearly the topic, the motive, the idea behind this video. The lesson behind it was very clear nonetheless. One thing I again reiterate for you is the power of the smile. It has no language barriers, no linguistic divides, no involvement of complex words in complex structures. Just a small stretch of the lips, wrinkles around the eyes, and shine in the eyes. A smile does wonders to one's mood and everyone around them. In the end, I would like to express how grateful I am for this platform giving me this opportunity. This event was indeed Jagat, an enlightening experience, and an awakening towards all sorts of important issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have K17 now?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm Sanj Dewan, and my school code is K17. So, disability is one of the most important issues in the contemporary society because stigmatization of people with disabilities contributes to the formation of biases and prejudices, which put them in a very disadvantageous position as compared to people who are not disabled. We don't face these issues every day. We can go out, we can talk to people, we can walk properly, we can hear them, we can communicate with them very easily. If you want ice cream, we can ask for it. If you want something, we can get it. If you want to talk to a stranger, we can communicate with them. As we saw in the video, that the guy had a hearing, his hearing was impaired. A group of people decided to make just one day easy for him, and it took a month of preparation. That's 31 extra days. That's how difficult his life must be. They had to hire different actors and place different cameras just to record his one day's experience. It was very strange for the person that everybody around him was accustomed to his needs. Everybody could use sign language to talk to him. Everybody could communicate with him very easily. One day, one easy day for him almost brought him to tears. These people who are working every day to assist disabled people to function in their everyday lives and to meet their goals and encourage them to thrive. These people are truly gems. They help disabled people to um, face their obstacles very easily. And I can only imagine how difficult must it be for them to just spend one day without communicating with a random person, without explaining them what they want or what they need. Hats off to these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we now have K18 participant?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Go ahead.
My warm greetings to each one of you. I'm Khushbu Sharma from School Code K18. I deem it my proud privilege to be given an opportunity to express my views on this platform. So, what my video basically showed was a girl standing at night thinking about all her life problems. She thinks that she's a failure in life, no one understands her. She thinks her boyfriend will break up with her, she cannot pass an exam, she needs to get a job. Basically, she experiences the insecurities of the roller coaster ride called life. All of us, each one of us experience this. We all have experienced this and we understand that it leads to mental fatigue and mental distress, but yet, unfortunately, we ignore it. And that's where we go wrong. This problem is known as personal fable in psychological terms. We don't understand the gravity of this issue of how it can lead to mental fatigueness, it can make us mentally tired, and that's the problem. Talking about the problem is okay, but what is more important is solution. It has a very easy and simple solution. Speak up. Talk to your parents, your friends, your family, or to anyone you feel comfortable with or you think you can confide in. Because speaking up is not an issue. Telling others that you're not okay, you have any problem, doesn't make you weak. But keeping the problem within yourself and pretending to be okay when you're not okay is what actually makes you weak. Speak up because everyone has problems and everyone can overcome it. At the end, I would like to say that we can't choose the music life plays for us, but we can definitely choose how to dance on it. Thank you.
Thank Thank you. Can we have K19 now? K19, Srishti.
Ma'am, am I visible?
You're audible right now. You're not visible. Can you turn on your camera?
Ma'am, my camera is on only.
Srishti, you're not visible. Yeah, it's coming in, I think. Kirti ma'am, are you able to see her, Srishti?
No, ma'am, she's not visible to me either.
Srishti will have to figure out your camera. We'll have to take on now. Do we have K15 ready? Yeah, Srishti, you're visible now. Yes, we can go ahead with you.
Greetings to one and all present here. Today, I, Shrishti Malhotra from Ryan International School with the school code K19 would like to express my thoughts on such an overwhelming video. I would like to start my speech with a small quote. I believe that the right of women and girls
हाँ ठीक है वो
are,
जैसा भी ठीक रहा जा सकता है उतनी ठीक है इनकी तो
are the unfinished business of the 21st century. Gender issues and women empowerment have become the new buzzword across the globe in the last few decades. The increased familiarity with this term has resulted in the slow transformation of most of the ideologies that have justified inequalities in the social structures for the past so many years. The emerging debates that surround the concept of empowerment have had considered or the considerable effects on the well-established truths of the institutions that provide support to the existing power structures such as family or the state. Women have started to become aware of the limitations and confines of the territories within which they have been placed all these years. They have demanded control over their own bodies, equal spaces in the social institution, or at their workplaces. This is a crucial aspect of the psychology of success of the female leaders. Promoting yourself to others in your business or work networks mean they recognize your achievement. This is itself will open up opportunities as colleagues and peers recognize the potential value you could bring to other functions or other business entirely. Lastly, I would like to say that success for female leaders is about having the right mindset and ultimately comes down to having the confidence to put yourself out there, but at the same time, know that you can do everything. Self promote, build relationships, and utilize the networks available to you. And your route to success will that much easier. Thank you.
We request all the participants to kindly stick to the time because there's negative marking. And secondly, please mention the school code and not the name of the school. Thank you. Can we have K15? Janvi, K15, can we have you now?
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
In India. Good morning, I am Janvi and my school code is K15. In India, 1 out of 3 women have experienced some sort of physical violence. Domestic violence is a problem seen in every country, culture, and class. This social experiment first conducted in Italy, where they asked young boys to slap a girl. The boys were shocked and could not do it. The idea was to bring out children's reaction to the subject of young violence against women. Although no one should hit anybody, but with over 65% Indian men who think that women deserve to be beaten. It is not the need of the hour. Is it not the need of the hour to teach our boys to respect girls? Usually, men who batter are seeking a sense of power and control over their partners, of their own lives, or because they are tremendously dependent on the woman and are threatened by any moves on her part towards independence. Some men batter because the only way they know how to be close or to relate to a partner. Some men grew up in violent households. They saw their mothers being abused by their fathers and themselves being abused. Some men became violent under the influence of drugs or alcohol, although substances themselves do not cause violence. In the video, we see the instructor is encouraging the boys to interact and break the ice with the opposite gender of the class. Initially, it begins on a positive note, but the small children then suddenly are asked to hit this girl sitting next to them and immediately reply, I cannot, my mom said I shouldn't. Violence against women isn't cultural, it's criminal. Equality cannot come eventually. It's something we must fight for now. Violence against women can end only when the culprits get punished. Thank you.
Kirti ma'am, can we have the next set? Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, when will be the result announced for Muntika one, the art one?
At the end, once we complete the different activities, then thereafter, at the end of it. Kirti ma'am, can we have the next set of videos, please?
Open the door.
People think that I'm mad. They call me crazy.
Come on, it's been days.
They think that I'm a failure at everything.
It's all in your head, man. Depression happens to everybody. Snap out of it.
And maybe they're right. I do fail.
He's talking like a madman. Must be a mental breakdown.
I fail to understand my thoughts. I feel everyone around me. And life just doesn't seem to make any sense. My mind races at speeds I can't keep up with. My thoughts spin out of control. Fragmented and disjointed as my world crumbles before me. I'm paralyzed, broken, and alone. But it doesn't have to be that way. Sometimes, all it takes is for someone to listen, for someone to reach out. No judgment, no bias. A supportive family and professional medical help are what made it possible for me to be healthy again.
Things I wouldn't tell my 16-year-old self. Let me think.
What do I not want my 16-year-old self to know?
हम एक बार जीते हैं, प्यार एक ही बार होता है और शादी भी एक ही बार होती है.
वो सब छोड़ो, पहले इंजीनियरिंग कर लो. Don't eat a cupcake.
ना आखिरी प्यार होता है और जिंदगी भर ना यही तुम्हारे साथ रहेगा. Marks are the only thing that matter. Like don't go out, don't hang out with your friends, don't have a life. अगर एग्जाम में फेल होगे तो लाइफ में फेल होगे.
Whenever you want to do something, just think कि चार लोग क्या कहेंगे, because वो चार लोग तुम्हारी लाइफ के सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट लोग हैं.
रिलेटिव्स जो एडवाइस देते हैं ना सबसे बेस्ट होती है. कभी भी अंकल आंटी फूफा फाफा कोई भी आ जाए ना उनके साथ बैठ जाना और सारे करियर के सवाल पूछ लेना. स्कूल फ्रेंड्स हमेशा साथ रहेंगे.
अगर आप काले हो तो फेशियल करवा लो, गोरे हो जाओगे, because beauty standards.
Only smart and hardworking and talented people make it to the top. You're never going to have a stupid boss or a stupid teacher in your life.
When you're 16, you're at a very young age, you just start developing your personality. And imagine somebody saying all of these horribly problematic things to you and sort of just like shooting you down. That's not okay.
The truth is that your parents and your elders don't always know what they're talking about. Everybody is figuring out their life at some stage or another. So you don't need to take anybody's word as gospel. अपने आप सोचो, अपने आप figure करो. You're 16 years old. You're not stupid.
So guys, if you agree with me, please let me know in the comment section.
Please share, comment and subscribe to We Are Yuva.
Bye mom.
Bye beta.
Bye Moody.
बातें हमारी वो बचपन की यारी जाने कहाँ थम गई
Mom, the video is lagging in between.
गुम गई कहे न भूलूं मैं कभी पास हो के तेरे मैं दूर क्यों सही कह पाता तो कह देता भी मैं जब तू साथ है तो कोई बात नहीं यादें वो सारी मुझे थी जो प्यारी बचपन के साथ खो गई न करता बहाना है मुश्किल जताना कब ऐसी ये बात हो गई न तू कुछ कहे न बोलूं मैं कभी बस आहटें सुन के तू जाने सभी कह पाता तो कह देता भी मैं जब तू साथ है तो कोई बात नहीं तू साथ है तो कोई बात नहीं
I was not supposed to sit on the bench. I was meant to be on the court as a star. My classmates captain मुझे बनना था. I was a champ. मैं उतना ही रह गया.
Get up. Go and sit there.
But I love basketball too much to sit on the bench. ऊंचाइयों को छूने के लिए लंबा होना जरूरी नहीं है.
You can feel sad, scared, angry. It's your brain that's sad. That's
You could be stressed for like not really a good reason. You're just like overwhelming yourself.
Like you have no energy when you're depressed and you're just like don't want to do anything.
My breath gets really fast. My heart beats really
I
fast.
feel like my stomach starts hurting.
All I want to do is just forget all of this.
Play a game that they wanted to play.
Even if I don't like to play that game.
If it seemed like really serious, I'd like tell them a grown up.
Like just take a couple deep breaths.
I hugged a stuffed animal.
Squish a pillow. I say cheer up.
Don't get too down on yourself because that's going to make everything worse.
Talk to people, like someone that you can trust, someone that will listen.
Tell somebody because it's not going to get any better if you don't. always cuddles with me, and she tells me everything's gonna be okay.
If she like notices I'm like kind of feeling down or something, she'll be like, you can talk to me or your dad or anybody or people like that about anything.
My parents, my grandparents, like, you can talk to me whenever something's on your mind.
When people say, oh, I want to be like you, I want to be an actor, I want to look like you, the question I always ask them is why? Like, really, why? This idea of fame, that to be famous means that you're successful, that you're happy.
When How I Met Your Mother first went on the air, I ran into an actress that I knew, and she said, are you just like so happy all the time? And I remember thinking, does she really think that when CBS picked up the show, it left me with an inability to feel anything other than unbridled joy? But the joke was on me because I kind of thought it would.
I was a millionaire. I had beautiful women in my life. I had cars, a house, an incredible, a solid gold career, and a future. And yet, on a daily basis, I wanted to commit suicide.
We are told that if we're beautiful, if we're skinny, if we're successful, famous, if we fit in, if everyone loves us, that we'll be happy. But that's not entirely true. But the most important journey I think all of us will go through is the journey in ourselves, to find our truth, to find who we are and what makes us happy.
So what did I do? I started to say no. I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. I'm not taking that picture. I'm not going to that event. I'm not standing by that because that's not what I stand for. And slowly but surely I remembered who I am. And then you go home and you look in the mirror and you're like, yes, I can go to bed with you every night. Because that person, I know that person.
Life is about balance, right? You have to have some type of balance. You have like time for work and it's time for play. And if you don't allow these two things to coexist, you have an imbalance.
You really think that they want to go out with you? Come on, Madeline. They pity you. Well, let's just face it. You're gonna look fat in anything. You might as well just cancel.
And what about your friends? They're probably having more fun since you canceled. They only invite you because they pity you.
Hey guys. Yeah, I'm on my way. Save me a seat.
They don't want you there. You can't just go.
Watch me.
Can you start the timer, Kirti ma'am? Can we have K22, Shreya Mangla, K21? Can we have you now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Turn on your camera, please.
I can't see the timer.
We are not able to see you. Yeah, you're visible now. Go ahead.
I can't see the timer actually.
It's there on the screen.
Yeah, it's visible now. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shreya and my school code is K21. So in the video, the guy mentions that he wants to be healthy. What is healthy? Healthy is not just physically, but being mentally strong. Enough to complete your everyday actions. Being mentally healthy, it means being able to complete your everyday actions means that you are in a state of mind that you are strong enough to overcome your feelings of anxiety and everything that's racing through your mind, like when people say, open the door, do this, do that. You're able to overcome those feelings and you're able to do what you want. Those feelings of overwhelm. In the video, the guy even admits that everything that people are saying, that maybe they're right. He admits to the social influence of them being right. But sometimes that butterfly needs to be reminded that he has colorful wings. Sometimes that train racing through your mind has to be stopped manually. And that break won't come from labels. If you fail an exam, but so did the 90% of your class, does that make it okay? No. Exactly like that, the guy does not want to be put, the guy does not get any sense of comfort from knowing that everybody is going through what he is going. What he needs is support and care and patience for someone to tell him that it is okay to be feeling this. Tell me what you're feeling. That feeling of helplessness cannot be overcome by a generality of his problems. He has to be supported enough so that he can accept those problems, he can be motivated, and then he can succeed. That's all. Thank you.
Can we have K22 now? Shreya, K22.
Good evening, my name is Shreya and my school code is K22. My video focused on the aspect of the Indian society in which we have been brought up, where unconditional acceptance of self is not at all there. It is missing. And the entire point of this video was to demonstrate to us the what if I did aspect. This is something that we often do, and this leads to overthinking. This is taught to us at a very young age. We are taught to better ourselves every day, but not to, love ourselves unconditionally for who we exactly are. And another thing at the end of the video that the person acknowledged was that every human being is learning, is developing, everything is changing. Everyone is trying, everyone is changing, because of which they also say, and I am also going to support them, saying that not every authoritative figure in your life is always going to be right. Just because they have been grown up in a setting where they have been taught that being oppressed by a societal norm is okay, which can also be termed as Stockholm syndrome, is okay. This Stockholm syndrome is okay. We might want to break this toxic barrier. We may want to do that, and this is something which will affect the entire generation forward. This is similar to what happens to flights. When we are 2000 feet above the ground, we are told to put on our masks first, then help others. Whilst on the ground, we are asked to be selfless. This is basically how we are taught, but everything doesn't need to be right.
Can we now have K24 participant, Hargun?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible and visible?
You're audible and now you're visible. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Good morning, respected judges, principal, teachers, and my fellow participants. My name is Hargun and my school code is K24. In this video, we saw how the bond between a father and a son has been broken, not because of a fight, not because of not because of any issue in the family, but because of our brain and our psychological development. In class 11 psychology, we studied that as we grow up, our brain and us individuals has to attain certain developmental stages in order to grow. And one of them being is adulthood. In adulthood, we have to fulfill two development tasks, career and work, and marriage and childhood. The son that we saw in the video was so focused in having a successful career that he stopped seeing that he is losing on to his life. He is not spending time with his father like he used to. And it is not only his brain at fault. According to Yuri Bronfenbrenner, a very renowned psychologist, he gave a context of development where there are five systems of development: microsystem, mesosystem, exosystem, macro, and chrono. Basically, in the system, it shows how our social agents that are surrounded by us influence in our day-to-day lives. In the microsystem, our social agents like parents, teachers, family, peers, etc., play a very important role. And probably the son saw his father to be so hardworking, to have a successful career and family, that he forgot that he also started doing so. That he also started working towards his goal, working towards his career, and forgot to spend time with his father. Hence, we should treat this as a normal part of growing up, but also remember that it is part of the psychological development. Thank you.
Can we now have K26 participant, please?
I hope I'm audible as well as visible.
You're audible. We are still waiting for the visibility. Still not able to see. Yeah, visible now. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, respected judges and my dear friends. My name is Salagna and my school code is K26. I would begin by quoting the video itself that to reach great heights, one does not need to be tall. My video was about the boy whose passion was basketball, but his height was the biggest hurdle in pursuing his passion. Height is a big insecurity for a lot of people, especially men and boys during their adolescent years, because it is believed that being tall and being a certain body type is the ideal beauty standard. In a relationship, it is the man who is supposed to be the taller one, and such stereotypes have further entrenched the insecurities in boys. Height in sports like basketball does have an added advantage, but it is not a necessity. Yes, all players that we know, like LeBron James or Michael Jordan or Shaquille O'Neal, are tall men. But the video shows that practice and determination are the key ingredients to become a good player. While sitting on the bench, the boy feels useless and unworthy, but his coach gives him the chance to prove himself. The montage of him shooting his shot and landing the ball in the basket while being surrounded by players much, much taller than him shows him overcoming his insecurities and proving that he did not need wings to soar high above them all. Such a coach is needed to overcome insecurities, and only then can one prosper and develop.
Can we have K29 participant now? Sia?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
And am I visible?
Yes, you're visible. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Sia Nandi. My school code is K29. So in my video, I saw that the mental well-being of celebrities is not that stable and can perhaps be enhanced. So the perception of people varies because of different economic cultures and backgrounds. Why does this perception vary? Because of our upbringing. For some people, success might mean fame. For some people, success might mean conforming to a particular beauty standard. And as I can see in the video, a lot of people assumed that success is synonymous to happiness, which is not true. Happiness doesn't come from success. Happiness comes from self-awareness, fulfillment, and self-acceptance upon the chance that you fail. Even celebrities face immense amount of pressure and stress to be perfect. And perhaps they are driven by what society want and what not by what they want. Happiness is a state of emotional well-being, and happiness does not mean success. Thank you.
Can we have the next participant, K30, please? Ria. Please unmute, Ria. Ria, you're muted. Yes.
I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, you're audible now and visible also. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good mental health is a key to a good life. Good morning, everyone. I am K30 Ria Jain, and I would like to present my views on the video shown to me. The word psychosocial is relatively new to many of us. It is a blend of two concepts: psyche, that's the individual, that's me, and the social, that is the environment or the social life in which the person lives, which I'll admit is not very much in the days of these pandemic. But when we had that kind of freedom, when it was a daily routine to go out with friends and chill and party all night, there was a constant companion with us. It was low self-esteem. It would not let you sleep. It would drive you crazy when you're awake. It will push negative thoughts in your head until you don't want to do anything. But what I learned from that video, and what the girl in that video learned, is that sometimes you just have to say to the heck with it and take a small step forward. And that small step that will help you go a long way in life. Thank you.
Kirti ma'am, can you have the next set of videos, please?
पता नहीं अब तेरे पापा क्या करेंगे रिटायर होकर।
क्यों? बॉम्बे चलोगे आप दोनों मेरे साथ और क्या?
नहीं जाएंगे।
क्यों नहीं जाएंगे?
करीब 40 साल पहले तेरे पापा भाग के बम्बई गए थे फिल्मों में हीरो बनने के लिए।
पापा, ये मिस्टर सिनेमा हॉल मैंने हमारे ये हीरो बनना चाहता।
बैंगलोर के पास शूटिंग थी। तेरे दादाजी को ये सब पसंद नहीं था ना, कान पकड़कर ले आए और तेरे पापा यहीं सेटल हो गए। ठान लिया था कि हीरो नहीं बने तो कभी बम्बई नहीं जाएंगे। सिनेमा हॉल में नौकरी कर ली, फिल्मों से जुड़े भी रहे और अलग भी।
ओके गूगल, वेयर वाज शोले शॉट? रामनगरा। मैं और पापा छुट्टी पे जा रहे हैं। छुट्टी? हाँ।
तुम बाप बेटा जानो भाई, तुम्हारे बीच की बात है।
तू ये कहाँ पे लेके आया? ये क्या छुट्टी मनाने की जगह है? हाँ? 40 साल पहले यहीं तो आना था आपको। हाँ? कितने आदमी थे? कितने आदमी थे? फेमस गब्बर सिंह। पापा,
कितने आदमी थे?
चलो बेटा, अब चले?
Why can't I get it right? Honestly, is it the shape of my face? This is the number on the scale.
All numbers and notifications controlling my confidence. Who gave you the right?
I want to be free. I want to be free from all that you teach. We are more than 2D images on a screen. We are people, real, living, breathing creatures with real aspirations, abilities, intelligence, ideas. And thank you for giving us a platform to create and share. But I will not thank you for numbing my existence, destroying my attachment to the earth and diverting my attention from what really matters. I was born to be more than a body, a follower, a like, a number. I am my creativity, my passions, my integrity, my relationships, my boldness, my bravery. This is my voice, and I'm going to use it to be more.
I think I did this all wrong. It started with good intentions. Way to motivate behavior, to codify gift giving, streamline deliveries, but naughty or nice? As if some kids don't have enough to worry about, only to have me judge them without context, without perspective, without any sort of doctorate in psychology, honorary or otherwise. Reducing these growing, varied, intricate beings to some binary code of this or that, naughty or nice, uncomfortable in their own skin or nice. I'm angry and I don't know why or nice. My impulses are beyond my control or nice. Hurting or nice. And who can blame them? With the news, the lockdown drills, the internet, the world is bearing down on them, and we expect these struggling kids to just what? Speak when spoken to? What if, with a little understanding, a little perspective, it's interesting or nice? I mean, show me an interesting, fully formed person, and I'll show you a once difficult child. It's only taken me 1,000 years, but I think I finally see it. These kids, they're not naughty or nice. They're kids.
Friends, जो बचपन से मेरा, आज उस भाई की शादी हो गई, जहां सब लोग मेरी बात पेशेंस से समझने की कोशिश करते थे, ये मुझे चल परेशान मत कर कहकर भगा देते थे। जब ये हॉस्टल जा रहे थे, मुझे लगा ये अपनी बाइक मुझे देकर जाएंगे, पर इन्होंने अपना पुराना कैमरा मुझे पकड़ाकर कहा, ये तुझे दूर तक लेके जाएगा। ये बोले, तू गिरेगा तो मैं हूं, पर तेरा सहारा कभी नहीं बनूंगा, क्योंकि तेरी काबिलियत को किसी के सहारे की जरूरत नहीं है। मैं अपनी जबान से कभी बोल नहीं पाया, इसीलिए आज आप ही से बुलवा रहा हूं। थैंक यू। मुझे अपना पुराना कैमरा पकड़ाने के लिए 3 बार बेस्ट फोटोग्राफर अवार्ड मिलने के बाद समझ आया कि आपको मुझ में वो दिखा जो मुझे खुद में नहीं देखा। थैंक यू। पैसा नहीं, सही एडवाइस देने के लिए।
Hey. Bro, are you okay?
Cold as it seems, hold you I will.
तो ठीक है ना?
Steer out this ship as you would for me.
घर का खाना बहुत मिस कर रहा था ना, ये ले रेसिपी।
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Life's a bitch and then you die, right?
Sometimes. Sometimes life's a bitch and then you keep living.
Yeah.
And it's a nice night, huh?
Yeah. This is nice.
We'll dive in the rivers or the open skies. Carry each other, we can try.
नमस्ते भैया, कैसे हो भाभी जी? फिर वो ड्रेस की फिटिंग तो ठीक थी?
हाँ वैसे तो ठीक थी, लेकिन थोड़ी सी टाइट है।
अच्छा, तो अल्टर कराने आया है?
नहीं नहीं, वो तो मैं आते जाते कभी भी करा लूंगी।
ठीक।
अभी शादी का लहंगा सिलवाना था।
हाँ हाँ, बहुत सारे डिजाइन है। ये देखिए, कौन सा स्टाइल चाहिए आपको? ये देखिए, पिछले महीने मिश्रा जी की बेटी की शादी के लिए सिया था।
ये तो स्लीवलेस है, हमें फुल स्लीव्स वाला चाहिए।
हाँ हाँ, ये तो बस दिखा रहे थे। ये एक और स्टाइल है, इसमें लहंगा और ब्लाउज दोनों अलग कलर में है, पर बनने के बाद बहुत खूबसूरत लगेगा।
थोड़ा सिंपल दिखाइए।
सिंपल में तो फिर, अरे पर किसके लिए बनाना है?
चुन्नी के लिए।
ये अपनी चुन्नी?
हाँ, अच्छा रिश्ता मिला है।
बेटा चुन्नी
अब आ जाएगी। पंडित जी ने इसी इतवार का मुहूर्त निकाला है, तो हो तो जाएगा ना तब तक।
अच्छा, 12 साल की है तो आपको प्रॉब्लम नहीं है?
नहीं, क्यों?
और आपको भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पर मुझे प्रॉब्लम है, मैं नहीं सियूंगा।
चलो छोड़ो उसे, किसी और से सिलवा लेंगे।
अरे भैया जी, एक मिनट। अरे बिरजू, वो कौन सा नंबर है, निकलवाओ तो जरा।
मास्टर जी, टोल फ्री नंबर है 1098, कभी भी कॉल करके कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं।
ना हम सिएंगे ना किसी को सीने देंगे।
Can we have the first participant, K31, please?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible and visible?
Yes. Go ahead. Kirti ma'am, timer, please.
Good morning, one and all. This is Lamia Hussain, K31. So, the interpretation that I could extract from the video, which displayed a father who wasn't able to accomplish his dream, was trying to refrain himself from every memory which evoked a sense of failure in him. It's a tendency in all of us that we sometimes take life too seriously. Sometimes what we wanted to achieve is not acceptable to us, and we sometimes feel that the failure and the defeat which we have got is actually making us detached from everything around us, which is not true. It's all right not being able to achieve our dreams, because not all that we desire for is meant for us. Defeats are normal. Don't carry a trauma for the whole life, which will affect your life ahead. On the part of the son, I would say it was great to cheer his father up, for he couldn't experience what he wanted to. Sometimes the small gestures mean a lot for someone. Life is all about lifting others. Again, I would say obsessive thinking about our failures and detaching ourselves from everything is not what life is about. Accept failures. Life can strike you down once, but it's you who can brush off the dust and can move forward. Because everything that you've been through, raised through, cried through, everything is the setup for your next best season. Thank you.
Can we now have K35 participant, Shreya?
Am I audible, visible as well?
Yes, you're audible and visible. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, respected judges and my fellow participants. My name is Shreya and my school code is K35. In this video, we saw that a girl was scrolling through a social media website and seeing images of girls. And she's thinking that if that girl is beautiful, why am I not? She tries to change herself by doing so many things. But at the end, she gave up. But why our society thinks that a beautiful person is a person who is fair, slim, well dressed. Our society thinks that a person will only accomplish something if they are beautiful. Well, it's not true. A person can be beautiful from inside. Their personality, their voice, their bravery is what that matters. You don't have to change yourself for somebody else, not for society's acceptance. Sure, you can change yourself, but only for yourself. No matter what people say, you are beautiful from the inside. These are such things that society tells us about being beautiful gets person anxiety, depression, that they are not beautiful, they are not good for the society, they cannot be accepted. But that's not true. We should change these things and change the society. That if a person is not beautiful, as you think a beautiful term means, that it's not right. A person can be beautiful from the inside, and it's the only way to change our thinking. Thank you. That's all.
Can we now have K37 participant, please? Cheryl Joshi.
Yes. I am visible and audible, right?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, please.
So my name is Cheryl, my school code is K37. I got the video where Santa finally realizes that we humans aren't bots. We're called humans for a reason. We can't be expected to fit into one of the categories naughty or nice. It's sad to see how some people think that restricting behavior means parenting right. We don't speak the language of ones and zeros. We all speak different languages. But what makes us unique is how we perceive it. I think over here, when Mr. Claus says children who act impulsive are considered naughty, well, I think he means interesting. The different, yes, but that doesn't mean we treat them any different. Disorders like ADHD and OCD are quite common in children nowadays. Sometimes, just like us, young children are also trying to figure out where their head is, but they end up using us in the process. They may not even know that they need help, but some of us do. Children are pure souls and white canvases waiting to be drenched in colors. How about we help those who don't know how to paint? Thank you.
Kirti ma'am, we can stop the
Excuse me.
timer.
I'm so sorry for the interruption, but case 7 Anushka Jain has been trying to log
Yes,
in.
ma'am, we are working that out. We are working that out. So
All
we'll,
right.
yeah.
Okay, so she's not there in the meet. I just wanted to inform you all.
Yeah, we
Thank
are
you.
aware of that, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Kirti ma'am, can you refresh, please? We can have K38 participant now. K38 participant Arna, can we
Good
have you
morning.
now?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Arna and my school code is K38. My video basically depicted that it's okay not to be okay. We all get up every day with a goal and an aim, and we give our 100% in reaching that goal every day. We face challenges, and at our age, challenges being how better the person with us is doing, how better our friends are feeling at this time, and how much more they are doing each day. And somewhere in the midst of reaching the destination, we ruin the journey. We are not aiming to be better versions of ourselves, but we are trying to be someone who's perfect. We forget that the perfect does not exist, and the definition of perfect is different for all of us. Our species has the power to heal each other if we talk it out, if we are trying, and if we try to get rid of the chaos that we are in, because everybody faces thousands of emotions each day, and we all find ourselves in midst of situations where we cannot think very clearly. Seeking out for help at this time is what depicts the strength of an individual, that he's open enough and he's strong enough to accept help if he wants to heal. So I would like to conclude by saying that perfection is accepting that not nobody is perfect. Thank you.
Um, Not able to see K41 participant. Monica ma'am, you're the teacher in charge. K41 participant for Jagrit. I'm not able to see. Peter, you're not audible. Can we have K8 participant till then? K8 Rahul, can you start?
Ma'am, am I audible and visible? Hello.
Yes. Go ahead, please. Yeah, you're audible and
A
visible.
very good morning to one and all present here. I'm Rahul Konar from K8. First of all, I must confess that I was shocked by the climax of the video, which clearly depicted the evil practice of child marriage, which continues in our society even today, despite being banned and being made a criminal offense by the government. It is very unfortunate that even today, in like today's age, women are still being treated as a burden by their family, and like they're being married off at a very tender age of 12 years, when they're clearly not mature enough to undertake the social responsibilities and the responsibilities of maternity. Also, I would like I was really touched by the character of by the character of the tailor, who who stood up for what he thought, for what was right, and he stood up strongly against it. He refused to sue the lehenga, and he refused to even let anyone sue for her. And I believe that society needs more of these people who keep profit aside and who actually can stand up for what is right. Thank you.
We are left with K7, K41 and K39 participants. K7, K39 and K41 participants. We have the teacher of K41 code, Miss Monica. Can you please confirm if the participant is coming in for Jagrit?
Ma'am, can I attend, like, do it from my teacher in charge's laptop, if it's okay?
Yes, you can, absolutely. You can go ahead right now.
Okay, ma'am.
Switch
Ma'am,
on,
am I
turn on your
audible and
camera.
visible? Am I
Yes,
audible and
yes, you
visible?
are. Yes, go ahead,
Thank you.
please.
Are you okay? Sometimes 3 words is really all it takes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anisha Saria of my school code is K41. Okay. Anxiety, depression, the voice inside our head constantly telling us that we are not good enough. Sometimes, and sometimes it's very overwhelming. But we need to remember that it actually is like it is all lying to you. Sometimes we tend to submit to it because, like, that's really very, that's all it takes, right? The voice. We need to ground ourselves that time. We need to remind ourselves that our families, our friends, sometimes a movie night with your dear one, a ride in the car, and a bit of ice cream, it grounds you. We need to, like, remember that it's not really the end of the world. Anxiety, ma'am, I would like, thank you.
Sorry for the delay. We are still waiting for K7 and K39. They are having some glitch in joining, so it'll just take 2 minutes. They should just be here soon, and then we can have the last two participants. Then the Jagrit event will conclude. Do we have K7 participant now? We are still waiting for
The link
K7.
has been shared with the. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah, so she's trying to join from that guest link.
right, right, right.
Yeah, give me a
So,
second, ma'am. I'm just
sure,
trying to
sure,
coordinate with her.
sure. K39 also, K39 participant is still not there. The teacher in charge, we're not able to see the teacher in charge also. Just another 3-4 minutes and we should be done with the Jagriti event. Then we can start the other events.
Am I audible and visible?
You're audible.
Yeah.
You're visible. Not visible right now. Turn on your camera, please. Yeah, you're visible now. Go ahead, please.
Ma'am, I haven't got my video yet.
think you missed that. We'll play that again for you. Case 7, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Kirti ma'am, can we have the video for case 7 once again? We are just playing the video for you.
Okay, thank you.
You can feel sad, scared, angry. It's your brain that's sad. That's an anxiety.
Depression, it's not just like sadness, it's like a lot of things. It's stress and tiredness.
You could be stressed for like not really a good reason. You're just like overwhelming yourself.
Like you have no energy when you're depressed and you're just like don't want to do anything.
My breath gets really, really fast. My heart beats really fast. I feel like my stomach starts hurting. All I want to do is just forget all of this.
Play a game that they wanted to play.
Even if I don't like to play that game.
If it seemed like really serious, I'd like tell them a grown up.
Like just take a couple deep breaths.
I hugged a stuffed animal.
Squish a pillow. And say, cheer up. Don't get too down on yourself because that's going to make everything worse.
Talk to people, like someone that you can trust, someone that will listen.
Tell somebody because it's not going to get any better if you don't. She always cuddles with me and she tells me everything's going to be okay.
If she like notices I'm like kind of feeling down or something, she'll be like, you can talk to me or your dad or anybody or people like that about anything. My parents, my grandparents, like you can talk to me whenever something's on your mind.
Can you open up your camera for presentation? Case 7. Please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. You're not visible right now.
Can I get 2 more minutes to prepare because I didn't get time earlier?
Yeah, you can take 2 minutes, yes. For the information of the judges, we have one more participant left, K39. The participant is trying to join in. There's some glitch. So till the time K7 presents, we should be having K39 also. That is the last participant.
I have a question. What about K27?
You were not there when the video was shown.
Because
Did you got logged?
this video was K27 as well. So are we repeating the video?
You did not present. You did not present. You were not there. Did you join in later?
I'm sure I am the judge talking, Prachi Biswas.
Ma'am, K27 is not there.
Okay, so we are using the K27 video.
Right, absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Sure. Case 7 participant, do let us know when you're ready to start.
I'm ready to start. I hope I'm visible and
Thank
audible.
you. Thank you.
Yes, you
All
are.
right. Okay. A very good morning to one and all present. My name is Anushka Jain and my school code is Case 7. Now, we just watched a stimulating and thought-provoking video on how kids view different aspects of mental health, and in such a simplistic way, unlike how we often witness mental health. Because imagine a world where kids are provided with mental health tools early on, a world where physical health and mental health are equally important. This is what the video tries to make us see: a new perspective, a new way of thinking, a feeling of empathy. First of all, this video
I'm
should have
sorry
been
to interrupt, but you're not visible. You need to turn on your camera. You're not visible.
Ma'am, my camera is on.
Kirti ma'am, are you able to see her? Not visible to me.
No, ma'am, not visible.
Can you turn off and turn on your camera again, please?
One second.
It's enabled from our end.
Okay.
Or you may just leave the meeting and rejoin. Just try that.
Okay.
Do we have K39 participant right now?
K39 is just joining, Mamta.
Yes, you're visible now. Please go ahead. Please unmute.
I'm so sorry for the technical glitches. Okay. I'll restart then. A very good morning to one and all present here. My name is Anushka Jain and my school code is K7. Now, we just watched a stimulating and thought provoking video on how kids view different aspects of mental health in such a pure and simplistic way, unlike how we often witness mental health being portrayed. Because imagine a world where kids are provided with mental health tools early on, a world where physical health and mental health are equally important. That is what this video tries to make us see: a new perspective, a new way of thinking, a feeling of empathy. Firstly, this video should actually have been titled The New Generation of Mental Health. Because when you look beyond the surface, really dig deep into what this video is actually about, it illuminates the traditionally overlooked aspects of such a crucial topic as this one, such as targeting mental health at a very young age, especially at a time where so many people are suffering, especially kids during this pandemic because they haven't been able to interact with their peers at school. Because now, aside from this adorable visuals in this video and the lucid, coherent narration, this video guides you through a journey of a kid's perspective on mental health, which is so important because, like I said, when we target it at such an early age, later on they won't have problems with their mental health as adults. Regardless, this wasn't only a video. It was a door opening into a child's mind, an opportunity to grow in how we view mental health, and a voyage through a sea of stigma to a land of hope, where mental health is not stigmatized and it is something we can all talk about openly. Now, to conclude, the person staring at you in the mirror right now, only they have the power to speak to your own inner strength, to voice your pain, to reach out and make connections, and to find a better outlook. The ingredients for a happy life exist inside your mind.
You just need to stir them properly to find a healthy and a happy life. What is this video really saying? It's saying embrace your mental health, embrace it early on, and embrace it well. With that, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Do we have K39 participant now? K39?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
Am I,
please. You
hi,
have seen your
audible?
video?
No, ma'am.
Kirti ma'am, can you play K39 once again, please? This is the last video and the last participant. Kirti ma'am, can we play K39 once again? Thank you.
फ्रेंड्स, जो बचपन से मेरा बैंड बजा रहा है, आज उस भाई की शादी हो गई। जहां सब लोग मेरी बात पेशेंस से समझने की कोशिश करते थे, ये मुझे चल परेशान मत कर कहकर भगा देते थे। जब ये हॉस्टल जा रहे थे, मुझे लगा ये अपनी बाइक मुझे देकर जाएंगे, पर इन्होंने अपना पुराना कैमरा मुझे पकड़ाकर कहा, ये तुझे दूर तक लेके जाएगा। ये बोले, तू गिरेगा तो मैं हूं, पर तेरा सहारा कभी नहीं बनूंगा, क्योंकि तेरी काबिलियत को किसी के सहारे की जरूरत नहीं है। मैं अपनी जबान से कभी बोल नहीं पाया, इसीलिए आज आप ही से बुलवा रहा हूं। थैंक यू मुझे अपना पुराना कैमरा पकड़ाने के लिए 3 बार बेस्ट फोटोग्राफर अवार्ड मिलने के बाद
एक गिलास पानी दे दे, क्योंकि मेरे को 1 घंटा 1.5 घंटा लग
कि आपको मुझ में वो दिखा जो मुझे खुद में नहीं दिखा। थैंक यू। पैसा नहीं, सही एडवाइस देने के लिए।
K39 participant, do let us know when you're ready to start.
I'm just 2 to 3.
Sure.
Am I audible at this?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, I, Divyanjali Gupta from K39 School, is here to present my opinions, and I would like to thank DPS Rohini for letting me vocalize my pain. Everyone on this planet has different sort of challenges in their life, and to pass through it, there is a requirement of driving force, which can be in the form of any nature or family member or even our self-belief. In the video shown, the character was elder brother. The younger brother shows a sign of gratitude towards his elder brother for identifying his talents and skills and believing in him. The younger brother had speech impairment, and if such people are not treated well, this can affect their mental health up to limits. But the elder brother showed up as a life changer for his brother. His efforts can be packed in a quote which says, "Today is our opportunity to build the tomorrow you want." And that's a message for all of us too. How we should this video well shows that how we should support and care the specially able people. There have been many efforts to generate this opinion. Similarly, the people who are specially able should stay motivated by looking at examples like various personalities like that of Hrithik Roshan, who stammered a lot, but today he is in a position where many people desire to be. Thank you.
Over to you, Meher.
Thank you, everyone. We now have a musical performance by the students of classes 10 and 11 under the special education wing of DPS Rohini.
Thank you for that wonderful performance. This year, we have planned a panel discussion on the topic Parenting Adolescents, involving our distinguished judges, parents, and students of DPS Rohini. Let's begin by introducing our first panelist.
Dr. Renu Kishore, former HOD Psychology Department and an associate professor at Daulatram College, Delhi University, has spent 43 years teaching psychology at graduate level, with special interest in child development, counseling psychology, and cultural psychology. With articles published in journals and books, she has also written course content for NCRT and ILLL adapted textbook on counseling. She is an invited member of the internal complaints committees of several private and government organizations and has delivered training and sensitivity programs to judicial officers working with child sexual abuse victims. She is regularly invited to address issues of mental health in schools, colleges, social organizations, and in the corporate sector. Throughout the COVID pandemic, she has been addressing academic webinars for issues in mental health, besides helping individuals and families deal with conflicts and enhance coping skills.
Our next panelist, Dr. Renu Goyal, is a clinical psychologist, child psychologist, and special educator. She has 15 years of experience in the field of mental health. She specializes in psychoanalysis and child and adolescent problems.
Our third panelist, Mrs. Aarti Girdhar, is the founder and president of Anand Global Foundation. She is a philanthropist and educationist with 2 decades of wide-ranging teaching career. She has specialized in the foundation of positive psychology from the University of Pennsylvania. She has been instrumental in training more than 100,000 students across various schools and colleges on various health-related issues and is dedicated to the cause of promoting and enabling wellness and living standards for an all-round welfare of the society. Her passion for teaching and running helped her to spread positivity and happiness among children.
To provide the point of view of a parent, we have Mr. Swaminathan, while Soumya Chaudhary and Viraj Singh will be highlighting a student's take on the topic. We welcome you all. I request Ms. Jyoti Bajaj, Special Educator and Counselor at DPS Rohini, to initiate the proceedings of the day.
Thank you very much, Meher and Ananya. Good afternoon to one and all present here. We would all agree that parenting does not come with a handbook. We all learn on the job. We have our moments of joys and sorrows. Parenting can be the most rewarding work of an adult life. Well, nothing brings more joy and pride than a happy, productive, and a loving child. Each age and stage of a child's development has specific goals and tasks. For infants, it is to eat, sleep, and explore their world. For adolescents, it is to become their own person with their own group of friends. Adolescents need many skills in order to successfully achieve their goal of increased independence. But some adolescents do not make this transition smoothly. Their movement towards independence can at times cause a lot of stress for parents and families. Well, some aspects of this rough transition are normal, while others may be a warning sign. Today's panel discussion has academicians, psychologists, educators, parents, and students on board who aim to help parents and families navigate challenging topics related to parenting practices and aiding in fostering positive adolescent mental health. We hope this panel discussion will shed some light and offer insight, making it easier to start critical conversations with teens in our lives. I thank all our panelists for joining us today for the discussion on parenting adolescents. Well, to start with, Dr. Kishore, I would want to know from you about the kind of challenges parents face in bringing up adolescents today.
Thanks for giving this opportunity.
It's a very, very important topic that has been chosen for the panel discussion today. And, G. Stanley Hall, very legendary psychologist, said adolescence is a period of storm and stress. Yes, there are very rapid changes in all dimensions, in all spheres, whether they are physical or physiological or emotional, cognitive, in every which way, social. So, as the topic being parenting adolescents, there are challenges for the adolescent and for the parents. Of course, I want to tell you it's not just challenging, it's not just all negative. There are also charms. So I like to use the word charms and challenges. It's a very beautiful phase. It's the bridging time between childhood and adulthood, not only for the person concerned, for the child, but also for the parent. They have to make the journey from being the parent of a small kid and then a pre-adolescent, and then they come into that phase. It's not technically between 13 and 19. Sometimes it starts earlier. But for a parent, it is challenging to know, when do I change? How do I change my style of parenting, my style of interaction, my expectations from that child? Because in their mind, the parent's mind is still thinking of that individual as a child with limited cognitive capacity, limited emotional capacity, treating the parent like the authority figure, like God. Whatever parent has said is right, whatever teacher has said is right. And suddenly the child has started questioning the righteousness, the rituals, the habits, the customs within the family, within the school system. So this questioning attitude becomes very threatening for the parents and for the elders. Oh my gosh, what is happening? This child is becoming rude. This child is now suddenly becoming very rude, is becoming isolated, doesn't sit with us, answers back, or doesn't even answer, just grunts, or will shut the door, or bang the door, or tell lies, or is on the screen all the time. What has happened to my beautiful child? At the same time, I wish to tell you that this is the time when parents are also getting into middle age. They are facing their own issues, whether it is career issues, physical issues, menopause, andropause, whatever. So there are issues happening. Patience is running out, and they think usually the expectation is, I have raised my child, now the child is independent, but they still want to monitor. They want to be helicopter parents. So there are several challenges of acceptance, having enough patience, being non-judgmental, and basically being there for the growing adolescent.
Very rightly said, ma'am. Thanks for this insight. We move to Mrs. Aarti Girdhar. Ma'am, what are your thoughts on it? And do you think parenting the millennials today brings with it any challenge? And do the teens require boundaries?
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am and Dr. Kishore. I am some of my point that I want to highlight. You have already touched upon. So actually, this is the kind of reinforcement that we as an educationist and working in this field are doing. So well, millennial parents have refrained from the traditional style of parenting and are more progressive in raising their kids. I believe because a lot of information around and everything is there. They are more organized, and before even becoming a parent, they believe in building their career and themselves for a more secure future. I believe that parenting is dynamic, and parents have so much information around them that they start believing what's happening around. Each parent looks for parenting style of other parent, and henceforth the challenges start, because we as human beings believe in what others are doing rather than what we are doing. We don't believe in our strategies than the other strategies. So dear parents, Please understand that each child is unique, and therefore you need to be creative according to the needs and understanding of your child. Setting boundaries for your teen is an essential part of parenting, and a teenager's natural instinct is to push the boundaries that their parents set. So this is a tug of war for the millennial parents. As far as the last question is concerned, do teens require boundaries? My answer is completely yes. So much of information around. You don't know what information your child is picking. I mean, every human need personal space. So why not our teens? Our only thing that the teens need is to believe that his parent trust him or her, and that they should not take advantage of their trust, because anyways in this pandemic time we have to give the gadgets to the child. They have the freedom to see anything on the gadget, but once the parent designed a strategy to trust on them, then things may work. Stick to the rules and back each other up. Give positive messages. Teenagers are going through a difficult phase of discovering who they are as people. And there is often a big drop of their self confidence during this period. Parent can help by reinforcing the positives to remain in their teens of their strength and qualities. Tell them you love them and often as you can, and teens can never too big or too old to give a hug. Lead by example. Parents need to show that they live within reasonable boundaries themselves, and that they consider the consequences of their behavior on other people. As far as challenges for our next generation concerned, dear parents, they are multifold as compared to your time, like dealing with technology, dealing with peer pressure, dealing with social media, dealing with identity, dealing with tough competition everywhere. Give them space, let them breathe, let them design their own destiny. Keep yourself in their position. It's difficult time, so no need to do, as ma'am said, helicopter parenting. Money can buy material for your child, but cannot buy emotional upheaval they may be going through. So please love your child. Never compare them with anybody. Value togetherness. And last but not the least, love them unconditionally. Trust them. Thank you.
Very rightly articulated, Aarti ma'am, and I think some very valid points we've got there. Parenting is dynamic, and yes, one size doesn't fit all. We are all learning on the job, be it any sphere, but I think we learn from our own experiences. And yes, you've touched upon a very sensitive thing. Gadgets are a necessary evil. We all know, and especially in the last 2 years, I mean, we've had to embrace this evil. And it's very, very important to have that trust factor. You cannot disallow your child from using the gadgets, but yes, you need to develop boundaries also. Totally agreeable, ma'am. Let's move to Mr. Swaminathan. Sir, you're a father to two mature and smart children. How was their transition from primary to secondary school, and what kind of challenges have you faced in bringing them up?
I think, yeah, thank you for, inviting me for the session. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel. See, I think significant challenges have already been articulated earlier. I think I will probably avoid that right now. But if you ask me, I've had largely, three things on parenting tips, probably my own experience, I would like to probably share. One is, it's not an easy topic, obviously, we know that. But I think three things that I've seen in my from my experience. One is relationship. I think someone articulated that. I think we need to be a good friend to our kids. I think that's a most important thing that we all have to sort of look at. Second is, we need to create a good environment at home, and that's very important, because creating a congenial ambience is going to really help the kid grow and, prosper, because, children often look at parents for and pick up things from them, so that's going to be a very important thing. So the relationship, that's the first thing that one has to probably look at from a parenting perspective. Second important thing is, I would always say this: grow responsibly, which means that, as someone earlier said, that, do not splurge, in case you have money, do not splurge on them. You just give them enough so that, they can pick up their own life lessons and grow, and of course, teach them to respect diversity. So basically, growing responsibly is going to be very, very critical from a parenting perspective. Uh, the third important thing in my view is a realization. I call it as a self-awareness. See, we always say, to the children that you do this, you do that, and stuff like that. We give them prescriptions of life, but I think we'll have to realize, take a step back and realize, have what is that you have achieved. You don't want him to become you, okay? You want the children to become more than you, right? Okay, so I think we have to really imbibe that self-awareness, which is the realization part I would talk about, so I think largely about these three things are very critical in my view, when I talk about, my own experience as a parent. um, of course, beyond these three things, one of the initial things when my kids transition from the early stage, from kids to adults and, adolescents, is I looked at typically, putting them into a physical activities, in a very professional setup. So I got them into sports, and that's a very important thing, at least for me. It teaches you life skills, with respect to resilience, the leadership, accountability, patience, whatever we talk about today. It's all comes from that life lessons that you learn out of the sporting exercise. So I put them into a professional setup where they learned in a professional environment. So I think that's in my view is a very profound thing that's important for all of us to sort of imbibe. So again, this is my own perspective of how I looked at things. So I just wanted to, share this with this forum today.
Thank you, sir. And that was a very, very valid perspective. Yeah, you're right. Parents are always on stage. They are the role models. I mean, it's not what you say; it's what you do. Where your kids pick things from, and the very basic lessons of morals and values, they begin at home. So yes, a conducive environment at home, I think it plays a very, very important role in the holistic development of the children. So totally agreeable, sir. Dr. Renu Goyal, we often wonder if the parenting practices have changed over the years, like we were discussing just now, as today's adolescents are exposed to a lot of things, which wasn't the case, few years back. So we would all like to know about the changes that an adolescent goes through, and how, according to these changes, do the parenting styles, need to differ.
Okay, thanks, Jyoti, for this wonderful opportunity here, and welcome all my fellow members here. So, well, if you talk about teenagers, being parents, if you have lived through 2 a.m. feedings, toddler temper tantrums, and the back to school blues, so why is the word here adolescent or teenager causing so much worry? It's all same. It's just a different, different set of development. So when you consider that the teen years are a period of intense growth, not only physically, but emotionally and intellectually, it is understandable that it is a time of confusion and upheaval for many families, right? So despite some adults' negative perceptions about teens, they're often energetic, thoughtful, and idealistic with a deep interest in what's fair and right. So although it can be a period of conflict between both parent and child, the teen years are also a time to help kids grow into distinct individuals they will become. So the first and the foremost thing we need to understand about teen years, maybe today's time or earlier time, from the puberty to the physical changes nowadays, due to, yes, definitely exposure to various gadgets or social media or screen, children are getting early maturity. So we need to accept that change. We should not compare our childhood with our teen's childhood. Okay, so we need to accept that change. And the other area, apart from the physical change, we need to look upon is emotional development, which is very much important again. So the primary goal of the teen here is to achieve independence. So to do this, teens must start pulling away from their parents, especially the parents whom they are the closest to. And this can feel like teens are very always at odds with parents or don't want to be around them the way they used to be. So don't get disheartened if the child is saying ki mama please thodi der mujhe akela chhod do, ya please don't see what's inside in my cupboard or on my mobile phone. Just let it be. So as a teen matures, they start to think more abstractly and rationally, and they are forming their role model moral code. And parents of teens may find that kids who previously had been willing to conform to please them will suddenly begin asserting themselves and their opinions strongly and rebelling against parental control. So you may need to look closely at how much room you give to your teen to be an individual and ask yourself questions such as, am I controlling parent? Like I said by Aarti ma'am as well, do I listen to my child? How much should I control? And do I allow my teen's opinion and taste to different from my own? So now the question arises, what to do as a parent? We know there are so many problems. So what to do as a parent? So firstly, educate yourself. You must have read so many books about pregnancy or what to expect in first year of the child, second year of the child. So why not reading about the teenage? So educate yourself, read more books, more articles relating to teenage, and educate yourself and talk to your children about changes quite early before the puberty happens. Talk to them about the physical changes, emotional changes, or maybe social changes, whatever changes. So you can just talk quite early. And if most of the time you see some funny things with the teenagers, and like they may want to dye their hair, paint their fingernails black, or wear some funky clothes, think twice before you object. Don't say don't do that, because teens want to shock their parents, and it's a lot better to them to do something temporary and harmless. Save objections for the things that really matter, like maybe substance use or permanent changes to their appearance, or maybe tobacco or smoking or something like that. So always keep your objections for that things, and ask why your teen wants to dress or look in a certain way. There might be some peer pressure, right? So try to understand how your teen is feeling. You also might want to discuss how others might perceive them if they look different. Help your teen understand how he or she might be viewed. So the teen years often are a time of experimentations, and sometimes that experimentation includes risky behavior too. So we need to look them as well. Don't avoid the subjects of sex, drugs, or alcohol or tobacco use before time. Discussing tough topics openly with kids before they are exposed to them actually, and makes it more likely that they'll act responsibly when the time comes. Share your family values with your teen and talk about what you believe is right and wrong and why. Know your child friends, know their friends' parents. Regular communicate between parents can go a long way towards creating a safe environment for all teens in peer group. So parents can help each other keep track of the kids' activity without making the kids feel that they are being watched. Okay, because kids don't like they are being watched. So always be careful in that sense. And a certain amount of change, if you see certain amount of change is normal, but too drastic change, if you see that's maybe in their personality or behavior, that may signal some real trouble. So at that time you need to talk to your counselor or a psychologist or school psychologist. My warning signs may be extreme weight gain or loss, you see sleep problems, or maybe rapid or drastic changes in personality, sudden changes on friend. Earlier he had some other group of friends, now he has some other group of friends. He's skipping school so oftenly, or falling in grades, you see, or maybe he talks about suicide, maybe in jokes, but he talks about it. So just be careful about whatever he's talking. And always look for, if you see any sign of, substance use, or maybe tobacco, alcohol, or smoke. So be careful. And teenage is good to enjoy, because you already, being a parent, you have already enjoyed that time. So keep enjoying. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this fresh perspective towards adolescence. And I think some very valid and important points have been put on panel now. What I can gauge is rather than being a helicopter parent, a parent needs to be an aware and alert parent. We need to be very, very careful of and aware of the changes that our children are going through, the challenges, and also be on the lookout for the warning signs, some very important warning signs listed by you. And yes, another very important point is we need to have an assertive and open communication with our children, especially on some very tough topics like you mentioned. Here in school also we do try to break this ice with the students, and then when we have a conversation with the parents, we do get this response that since we had initiated this conversation in school, it was easier to talk to the children at home. So yes, it is very, very important. Talking about the conflicts and odds, like you said, some of them are part of the normal developmental process. Let's move on to our students on the panel, Soumya and Viraj. Soumya, maybe we'll start with you. We would want you to throw some light on your perspectives on modern age parenting. Since you represent today's adolescents, what do you think is the biggest barrier in a parent-child relationship?
Though I have been personally pretty lucky with the parents that I have, I noticed that even with me, there's this barrier in conversation because as we noticed, as we talked about, as I think Miss Aarti presented the point that there's always this gap between a parent and an adolescent, not only because of the generation gap, but also because of the cultural beliefs that we hold. So I might believe something that my parent might not agree to. But I think the one thing that can balance out these gaps, the one thing that can even out the playing field between a child growing up into a responsible adult is to talk to your parents. Personally, like Renu ma'am also mentioned, I also wanted to convince my parents to let me dye my hair. So I made a presentation to convince them, and I had that conversation, and I talked to them about it, and they let me do it. So that one conversation, that one open, honest dialogue between your parent and between a responsible growing adult will lead to a more positive change than you holding back your adolescence. So I think that is something that is extremely important in this field.
Viraj, can we have your thoughts, please?
Right. First of all, I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Right. So I think one of the main questions that we should be answering over here is that what set of events over the course of history made this particular conversation very important for today. What I feel and what acts as a barrier is the two basic cultural shifts that have come between parents and between adolescents. The first one is is the professional change in the parents' lives, And the second one I feel is technology. So in the previous years in the history, what used to happen is that the corporate jobs or that are very higher posts were not very relevant to in that nature. But today, as we see, a lot of parents are always engrossed and engaged in their jobs. So naturally, they do not get to spend a lot of time with their children, due to which the communication gap has increased over the past few years. The second change that I believe that has caused this particular uh, conversation to be very relevant is the problem of the technology gap that has been there. Because the technology has evolved, especially after 2004. Which means that at that time our parents might have already crossed, let's say, their 25s or 30s. So the age that we are living in currently is actually much different from their age, just because of technology as well. These are the two challenges that actually make the bigger gap between parents and between adolescents. Now, another very important point that we need to keep in mind, which also creates the particular barrier, is that our parents' life was very streamlined in nature, because what their parents said was most probably final. But our parents luckily gave us the playground to discover new things, to go out, to explore new traditions, new cultures. So it is very natural for adolescents, for teenagers to have ideas that are not so conventional, to have demands that their parents never really had in their time, and that naturally creates that particular strive for freedom, strive to do what the adolescents want to do. As far as the single-handedly, the biggest challenge that I think most of the teenagers face is actually the conversation only, as Soumya said, because conversation is essentially the most important thing to sustain any relationship in the world, I believe. And if you're not if you're not properly conversating with your parents, it is natural that the gap between you and your parent would increase. However, we also need to keep in mind that what we say, it matters, but what matters more is the way we say it. Similarly, let's say that if a parent wants to put a certain restriction on their child, let's say that the parent wants to curb the usage of the phone. Now, the parent always has an option to scold the child, snatch away his or her phone and take it away with them. But there's always a way to do it. If the parent does it in a polite manner, in a manner that is mutually understanding for both the child and the parent, then the child would naturally have no issues with the particular restrictions being imposed on him or her. So there's always a way to do a particular thing. There's always a way to put a restriction. And if a parent and a child have that mutual understanding, then I think any parent would be very, very successful in raising a child that goes on to become a very successful individual.
Thank you, Viraj. Yeah, that was very good. And what I got is parenting is dynamic. We support this thought here. So, rightly said, we are moving from conservative parenting to progressive parenting. Both the parents and the children, they need to be progressive in their thoughts, given the situation and environment we are in currently. Mrs. Aarti Girdhar, ma'am, you have worked extensively on life skills training for adolescents since we've been talking about assertive communication, effective communication. Aarti, ma'am, we would like to know from you, I mean, what are life skills and how important are they for the modern age adolescents? Especially highlighting the assertive and effective communication that we've been discussing here.
Yeah, it's very close to me, close to my heart, since I was teaching in the various schools and found that one thing that is missing during my journey as a teacher is life skills. So, have you ever wondered why some people get ahead and others do not? Have you noticed that the smartest people are rarely the ones in charge? That's because smart is just a small part of what is required to live a happy and successful life. We also need to develop life skills, which include a mixture of psychological and behavioral skills. I never received any award throughout my school, and I was in the dilemma that I am not capable of. And once I understood what life skills are, I think this is my greatest award of my life that has made me happy forever. Life skills are abilities for adaptive and positive behavior that enable human to deal efficiently with demands and challenges of life. Simple things like managing anger issues, setting goals, having a positive mindset, knowing your worth, self actualization, self confidence, having good habits, taking effective action, setting the right priorities, self soothing, optimism, and endless of life skills that actually seems at times boring to most of the student. They will actually are the bring optimism, the self confidence in you. These caters to social skills, emotional skills, and thinking skills. Modern day adolescents are emotional because of the lot of information around. They have lot of resources, surrounded with virtual friends, forced to being logged in their rooms because of pandemic. Never seen any discomfort in their life because parents are providing everything on their table. Live life in their own terms. So, how to manage them? Dear parents, it's difficult. And start training them for the above mentioned life skills. Have patience, they are listening and they will listen. It's very, very important to keep an ear for them. And dear adolescents, dear teens, let me tell you, it's not always easy for parent also to open their communication with you. We need to think twice what will go with you to make you understand the things. So life skills both ways for parents and children. It's not an easy thing to handle. It seems to be boring, but it's not an easy thing to handle. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that enlightening thought, Aarti ma'am. Dr. Kishore, we would like to know how to effectively manage some of the so-called typical adolescent behavior. For example, the disrespectful attitude towards elders. I mean, we hear that very often. So, just want to know your thoughts how to effectively manage these typical adolescent behaviors.
Yes, that is definitely a challenge for parents because they find drastic changes in the children as they become older. But as the panelists have been saying, awareness, preparedness for the storm that's going to come, and basically having a lot of patience, understanding that someone also said being good role models. If we are going to snap at the children, they are going to obviously think that that is the right thing to do. So we have to be very respectful, use the right language, as this child Viraj just said, that it's not just the content of what you're saying, but how you're saying it. You know, sometimes parents vacillate between over permissive parenting and over authoritarian parenting. And that is something which today's parents, they want to splurge, they want to be very permissive and try to be modern, thinking that it's okay, let my child do everything. And then they land in a soup later on because the child is experimenting, the child is not getting any kind of guidance. So I have seen in my private practice that there are parents who are trying to be extra permissive, and partially it is because they don't have the time or the energy to devote to listening to the child or to trying to understand what are the needs of the child, of the adolescent. Basically, communication channels are supposed to be very healthy. You've got to be a very good listener, first of all. Listen, children or adolescents, they always initially will try to reach out to you in some way. It's a cry for attention, it's a cry for help. And if you ignore it, then there is going to be more problem, there's going to be building up of problems. So if you have conversations and dialogues happening over meal times or even otherwise, let that be the normal the norm in your family. So if you have if the child has any grudge and the child is expressing it to you, that, Dad, you always, don't let me do what I want. You're not allowing me to choose the subjects that I want to choose or the career option that I want to. Take it with a pinch of salt, listen, maybe whatever the child is reacting to is actually, there is substance to it. Maybe you are being overpowering. So either which way, it's a very fine balancing act between being extra permissive and being extra rigid about it. So what I insist always is that boundaries must be set. The boundaries must be clearly verbalized. You can't think that the child will understand what you expect. Boundaries have to be realistic. You may have very high notions about what is expected, but your expectations must be realistic. Not every child is going to become a doctor, lawyer, engineer. So every child has a different personality, different constitution. Even within a family, different children have different strengths and weaknesses. Do not compare. Discuss. Give guidelines. Offer solutions. Have a democratic discussion at home about whatever issue is at stake. And do it in a very respectful, patient way. As one of the panelists just said, sometimes we fret over little things, like this young girl who just talked about getting permission for dyeing her hair. I mean, sometimes parents fret too much and argue too much over little things. Just ask yourself, the parent should ask himself or herself, is this issue even going to be important after 2 years, after 5 years? What is my ultimate goal? What do I want my teenager to be? To be basically a happy, responsible, mentally and physically healthy person. That should be your goal, not that your child has to come first in class or has to get into an engineering college or medical college or something like that. And look out for signs of distress, as one panelist said. Look out signs for distress. So try another very important thing in discipline, which I always want to emphasize, is consistency. Sometimes we will laugh at something. Next time we'll scold the child. The father will say yes, the mother will say no. So, this consistency in your own parenting style, as well as between different family members, must be there. Stop feeling that sense of confusion, because the confusion, even the child is confused. Who am I? Am I only so-and-so's son or daughter? Or am I having my own identity? Let them think. Let them come to their own conclusions. You have to provide that supportive, healthy environment at home to let them bloom to the fullest. That should be the role of parents.
Very rightly said, Renu ma'am. Thank you for your perspective. You're right. There is a very thin line between being permissive and pushing, and I think having a pushing attitude that has led to a sense of cutthroat competition in children. I think parents, they want their children to be exposed to everything. One is exposure. The child likes something, takes it up. The other is pushing your child to take it as a competition wherein you compete with the others. Then it changes from a desire or a hobby to something that the child has to do under the cane. And I think as parents, we need to be very, very conscious of what we are doing and what we are saying to our children. Talking about listening, rightly said, we all want somebody to listen to us. We all want to be loved. Those are our basic psychological needs. And for adolescents, I think this is the transition from having an identity crisis to identity formation. They are like sponges. They're going to grab everything and anything around them. So again, the exposure, the kind of exposure we are allowing depends upon us. Uh, Moving on, I would like to draw everyone's attention to the current situation of the pandemic. I mean, wherein we saw everyone forcibly attached to each other under one roof for nearly 2 years now. Uh, Now let's take on the discussion, wherein I would like to know from each one of you how this situation has it has impacted the families cohabiting. Has it changed the parenting practices? Let's have Soumya's view here. Soumya, can you share with us what has your experience of the pandemic been? Did you yearn for more space, and would you have liked things to be any different?
Of course, because being an adolescent in the time where you're almost always stuck at home is quite hard for anyone. Even for a parent, it must be really hard to cope up with this restless energy that every adolescent holds to just go out and explore, right? Because for me personally, I was starting guitar classes just before the pandemic started, and I lost touch with that. So it it has sort of become a barrier and a blessing both, because it bounds you, but within people that you can get to know, people that you love, and people that you can cherish and you can form connections with better. Personally, during the pandemic, me and my parents have gone more closer. And the idea and the restless energy that I had to form a self image, to form an identity, it has gotten easier because my parents have been constantly there to help me. They've been there every step of the way. And that has in turn also helped me. But again, a lot of adolescents, unlike me, are still prone to be very vulnerable, right? They might not deal with these issues as well as I have taken them. They might not be able to communicate with their parents as well as I have, which means that they have not been able to effectively deal with these challenges, especially when they're stuck at home. And I think we can come back to the point of having or learning life skills, right? Because these life skills we've especially learned during the pandemic, they can be a very efficacious tool for us to empower this energy that we have and take control of our own emotions and learn better and learn more responsibly along with our parents.
Right. Thank you, Soumya. Is Viraj here? Because
Yes.
yeah, Viraj. Viraj, would you agree that during the pandemic, use of electronic devices and social media has increased many-fold because there's been a lack of physical interaction, and I think these two things are very, very important, and they have become an innate part of everybody's life. What has the impact been? I mean, I want to understand what has the impact of the increased social media exposure and use of electronic devices been on the adolescents.
Right. So, ma'am, I feel that change is the only constant in life. And as parents, the pandemic was more like a test. And similarly for the adolescents also, it was more like a test that how has their relationship been? Because when you're confined to a space, you cannot go out. Obviously, the use of social media and electronics has increased, but that is itself an indicator of how strong your relationship is with your parents. As far as social media is concerned specifically, I feel that yes, social media consumption has increased a lot when it comes to during the pandemic. But at the same time, I feel that if the social media, if a person, if a child is spending most of his or her time on social media, then it clearly means that there is some sort of problem when it of communication with the parents. Because if a child is spending 10 or 12 hours on social media or on electronic devices, then it is a set thing that the child is not spending a lot of time with his or her parents, which means that there is obviously the social media is creating a gap even when both of them are in a confined space, they cannot go out, which means that some working on the relationship is required. Personally, used to spend a lot of time on social media and on electronic devices during the start of the pandemic due to the online classes. But eventually, I also realized that when I'm sitting in a room, when I'm using my laptop for 10 to 12 hours, at least I can go out for 1 or 2 hours in the living room, talk to my parents, and discuss different things with them. And this actually worked, because as I started to talk to my parents more and more, I realized that my usage of electronics and social media decreased significantly. And this itself shows that if a person spends most of his time on social media, even though he or she is currently living in the house with the parents, it means that some working on the relationship is required. Now, we also need to understand that obviously the parents might have objections that their child is using social media all the day, is on the laptop, is on the phone all the day. And trust me, we cannot really do anything about it as well, because right now we are currently going through a situation that we have never experienced before. But that is where you need to look for the silver lining. We are going through a situation that we have never been through before. It gives the parents the opportunity to build a relationship with their adolescents, because usually what used to happen is that the child is spending 8 hours in school, then 3 to 4 hours in tuition, or let's say coaching, and then the child has to play. So hardly any time was left for the child and the parent to actually communicate. But now the child and the parent literally have 24 hours to communicate, to work upon their relationship. So everything does have a negative side to it, but I think if we look at it from a positive perspective, this particular 1.5 year time frame is very, very, very beneficial and crucial for any parent and child relationship to exist.
That was a mature perspective, Viraj. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And right, even though we have been confined within the four walls of the room, but we do have an intruder in our bedrooms. And this is the social media and the gadgets. And again, there is a very thin line between overuse and addiction, too. So you've also made a point that parents are the role models. So yes, when we were talking about boundaries, I think when it comes to social media and use of gadgets, I think the boundaries are desired on both the sides, the side of the parent and the side of the child. We've been talking about having a no gadget time at home, and believe me, I've been discussing this with a lot of parents and a lot of families. It is easier said than done. When we say start with 15 minutes, that also becomes a challenge. And what we expect is at least you should have, few hours in the day when you are off the gadgets. Moving on to yet another very important topic, mental health. Dr. Renu Goyal, will start with you. Talking about mental health, how do you think parents as well as adolescents' mental health got affected, during these difficult times?
Very important topic. And very close to my heart, obviously. So obviously mental health is mostly affected, but least focused area, especially during pandemic. Everyone is talking about improve your immunity, wash your hands, regularly, or wear your mask, but no one is talking about take care of your mental health as well. So I'm getting frequent calls from parents about the falling of grades in students, low concentration and attention level, increase in screen time, rebellious nature, and increase in worry and sadness among their kids. So likewise, there is also increase of anxiety and depression cases among parents as well. So here we are talking about what to do as a parent, what not to do as a parent, but parents do have various anxiety and depression issues right nowadays, especially with the females who are doing multiple duties at the same time, right? So if you don't care about parent mental health for some reason, we know that depressed, anxious parents are not as engaged with their kids. Not surprisingly, it's hard to be really warm, actively engaged parent if you are struggling with yourself. So first you need to take care of yourself, and then only you can take care of your family or maybe your kids, right? So there are various studies that found that if the child care burden was less and mental health better for parents whose kids went to school in person compared to those whose kids were learning virtually or in a hybrid format. So, whosoever mothers or any parent who are listening here can relate this, right? When there was summer vacation, they had lot of stress that what to do for this 1 month child would be at home for 24/7. So what we do? So now the situation has changed. So we need to adapt that for some time, obviously. And it also found children going to school in person spend less recreational time with screens than those learning virtually. So the question is how hybrid schooling stacked up with regard to screen time was more ambiguous, perhaps in part because that concept means different things in different places. So everyone has different perspective for that. And it could be good to go with educational flow, but how about other areas, right? So we need to take care of the mental health as well, take some time for yourself as well, and then only you can perform various duties. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Renu. Very valid points put there. Because of the paucity of time, I think let's move on to the strategies or takeaways that we as parents can implement to improve our parenting practices and ensure overall well-being of all the stakeholders. Uh, Mrs. Aarti Girdhar, we would like to know from you, what are the hands-on strategies that you could share with us, your inputs on remediation. It would give us an insight on better parenting practices.
Okay. So regarding that, Dr. Kishore has said regarding mental health, I feel that we have accepted these 2 years have made us into the habit of doing what our kids are doing and what we are doing. So when your child become a teenager, your parenting role is also likely to shift. You may find yourself becoming more of a guide rather than an enforcer. It's okay to let your child make some choices of their own, even when you think it's a bad choice. Let's understand the typical behavior of our teens. Teen like to test the limit of their independence. So don't be surprised when your teen argue with you, when you say no, and when they go behind your back to do what they please to do. There is also often a tug of war between parent and teens. Your child may demand your assistance 1 minute and they claim that they do not want you for the next time. Adolescents change physically, emotionally, and socially. It's normal for teens to act responsible and almost adult like in some areas of their life while still holding onto their childlike behavior in the other areas. Meanwhile, as friends and romantic relationships grow increasingly important, your teen will want to spend more time with their peer. That means less interest in their family time. Your teen will also want to more privacy. That has been said already discussed. They may want to keep their social media conversation private and they want to spend more time in their room with the door closed. All these challenges are normal part of growing up. It's important, however, to keep an eye for mental health issues. Depression, anxiety, eating disorders, substance abuse issues, all these are a part of a teenager's life at times. So you need to be careful. That has already been discussed. By now, you have only few years left to prepare your teens for the real world. And it can be tricky to strike a balance that give your child enough freedom while still offering them plenty of guidance. Most teens want more freedom than they can handle. They may try to debate when you have said no for a party, etc. Your teen may even have short temper and they may become distraught over relationship trouble, friend issues, school relationship problem. It's all common. for teens to lie in an attempt to get out of trouble. Your teen may deny breaking the rule. They may change the way they dress and wear their hair, as has been said, and as they look for a new style to express themselves. Now, the big question, what to do? If you behave like an overprotective parent that we talked about, helicopter parenting, then this will not be a healthy decision. If you are too permissive, however, you won't gain the skill. They need to become a responsible adult. Parents, have clear expectations. Before you drop your teen off at the movies, parties, or a mall with their friends, make your expectations clear. Tell them what you want to do if they encounter a problem, or, or what time you expect them to be back home. Your teen will likely to live up to your expectations as long as those expectations are reasonable. So make it clear that you expect them to do well in school and that you expect them to get their chores done every day. When you give your teen a new privilege like a smartphone or later curfew, create a behavior contract. Review the rules and outline the consequences of breaking rules. And this should start pre-teen only. These making rules in the home. If your 16-year-old sits in their room and play video game all day, they may not be misbehaving, but they might still need some discipline to help them socialize and behave more responsibly. Provide discipline that help your child to do better. Spend time with them, play video games with them. If they are not listening to you, then step into their shoes. Watch movies together. Be a good role model. Your teen learn by watching what you do rather than hearing what you say. So make sure you are a good role model. Step into their world. Your teen may communicate more freely over social media or through the text message. Because this is the age of text messaging text. So be willing to step into their teens world and talk to them in whatever form they seem to be comfortable open. Remove privilege if needed. Assigned extra responsibilities and engaging mind is always genius. Don't push. Don't insist your teen talk to you. What has happened? Why you are looking stressed and all that. It's healthy for your teen to gain some independence. So don't insist what they should tell everything to you. Help them identify. Several other healthy adults might be there at home, like an aunt, grandmother, coach, teacher, neighborhood, might be the type of people your child feel comfortable talking about certain subjects. Be a problem solver to them. Solve problem together, brainstorm ideas together, and then encourage the teens to pick the potential solution. I would like to conclude with most important role of parent is to communicate with your teenager regularly. Communication with your teen may feel like uphill battle sometime. But it's important to keep trying. Healthy communication is at the heart of any good relationship. It's important to talk about everything from peer pressure to their goal for the future. When your teen knows that they can talk to you, they will be more likely to seek your guidance, and you are at the happiest moment of parenting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Aarti ma'am. Very aptly put together. And I think the strategies that you've spoken about are all doable practices. And I think if we just start taking care of these simple things, simple points, I think it is going to lead to a better parent child relationship. Dr. Renu Kishore, we would want to know your perspective before we culminate the discussion. I mean, your take on healthy parenting practices for adolescents, and you mentioned about discipline, ma'am. We would like to know your take on discipline. What is discipline, and how important is it to inculcate discipline in our young adults?
Discipline is definitely very important at any stage of life, whatever. But as I said, lead by example, be a good role model yourself. Disciplining has to be done with the consent of your teenager. You have to sit down, discuss. For example, how much screen time do you think, but how much screen time do you think you should include in your daily routine? So if the answer comes from within, if there's intrinsic motivation, the person will be, more more likely to follow the needful. The other thing is you should try to introspect within how you are, making sure that the discipline is being followed. Is it being done in a negative way? Are you scolding your child very often? Are you being generally negative or critical? You didn't do this. Just count the number of times you've said no or something negative during the day and try to restore the balance, have more of positives. We call it behavior modification techniques. That if the adolescent youngster is doing something desirable, praise. We often are very, very stingy in our praise. We we are very likely to correct the other person. We think it's the parent's job to point out mistakes. You didn't do this, you didn't clean your room, you didn't do this, you didn't call up a grandfather on his birthday or whatever, you didn't do puja today, it was a special occasion. But whatever the child is doing, at least praise that, acknowledge it. So the child will feel reinforced. See, what happens is that parental signals, verbal and non-verbal signals, create a sense of self-esteem. The minute a parent labels the teen as you're useless, you're going to fail, you're going to do this, you may not, you think the child is not listening or is not paying attention, but they are self-labeling themselves that I'm good for nothing. I'm being seen as a useless person. So try to encourage self-esteem. So gradually, try to ignore the negative part. If you are, try to control yourself first. And that brings me to the point that whether it is discipline or whether it is raising healthy and responsible youngsters, you have to look within yourself. Try to identify your own triggers, your own stressors, because charity begins at home. If you are a frustrated parent, if you are going through excessive stress or disharmony at home, and the gentleman earlier, the parent, said if there is not a very healthy, cordial environment at home, obviously the child will not want to take part. Right. So create an environment where the child wants to talk to you, wants to participate. And we always say that when you go on a flight, the flight attendant always tells you to put on your oxygen mask before you help anyone else. So please take care of your physical and mental health first, rather than getting overwhelmed, getting frustrated, and then taking it out on the kid. Very often, children are the soft targets. Very often. So recognize your own shortcomings, your own issues, get sorted out yourself. And I strongly believe that professional help must be taken in the times of pandemic. It is so easy. You don't even need to travel. Everything, online therapy, counseling is available. So it is very imperative to do not brush things under the carpet. If you find too much of anger in yourself, in your youngster, take professional help. Discuss. Admit your mistakes. We are not gods, So show the human side of yourself. Yes, beta, I'm sorry I did that. Learn to apologize. Show by example. And on the whole, my recommendation for a good parenting is to encourage humor, spirituality in your lives, in the home conversations. All the time being serious, yes, these are very difficult times for everybody at all age groups, every socioeconomic status. Have humor, incorporate humor, some light hearted conversations without being aggressive or judgmental about others. Just enjoy that family time. These are very precious times for parents. Very soon, your child is going to fly out of the nest. So
Absolutely.
enjoy those times, and a family that laughs together and prays together, not just eats together, is going to be a happy family.
Thank you so much, Dr. Renu. I think you've summarized it so well. I mean, we would have loved to hear from all of you. And this topic is so stimulating and engrossing. We could go on, but I think my clock is staring back at me now. So we'll have to end this stimulating panel discussion on parenting adolescents. And I hope everyone present in the plenary could gather some enriching takeaways from this discussion. I thank all the panelists for sharing their expert viewpoints and for making this discussion so stimulating and fruitful. Thank you, everyone, for joining us in this celebration of mental well being. Now, I request Meher to continue with the day's proceedings.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone, for this thought provoking discussion.
go ahead.
Ma'am, the result will be announced today only now in this week.
Yeah, we'll just let you know. Just a little, we'll let you know very soon.
And now I request Ms. Jyoti Bajaj and Ms. Sophia Sharma to declare the results for all the four competitive events.
Good afternoon to everyone present in the plenary. I would like to thank everyone present in the meeting room and all watching us live on YouTube in helping us make Kaleidoscope a success. Today, we saw young minds create magic with their thoughts, beliefs, and ideas, and it gives us immense joy to have acted as a platform for so many talented voices to be heard. We are proud of all the children who wholeheartedly participated in the competitive events and made it so successful. Each voice matters, and each one of you is precious to us. We are overwhelmed by the generous participation of schools all over India. More than 40 schools participated in our various events and gave all the judges a tough time choosing between the better and the best. Michael Jordan once said, I have missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I have lost almost 300 games. 26 times I have been trusted to take the game winning shot and missed. I have failed over and over and over again in my life. And that is why I succeed.
Winning doesn't always mean being first. Winning means you are doing better than you've ever done before. So I would like to congratulate all the participants of Avmukt, Vivechan, Jagrit and Bolbala for showcasing exemplary talent through their participation in the event. My heartfelt thanks especially to all the participants of Abhivyakti, Talent Hunt for students with special abilities. The videos were an eye opener for all of us. They have upheld the thought that there is no greater disability than the inability to see a person as more. Now, to keep the spirit of the competition alive, we are going to announce the results, declaring the winner and the first runner-up. For Bol Bala, Unified Short Story Writing Competition, the results are awaited. They will be shared on the school portal very soon. For Jagrit, which is interpretation of the videos, the first runner-up is Anushka Jain from DPS R Kipuram. The winner is Sulagna Koitra from Tagore International School. Let's encourage the winners with a huge round of applause. For Avmukta, poster presentation competition, the result declaration will be followed by showcasing of the winning entries. The first runners-up are Divya Chaudhary and Eliza Siddiqui from City Montessori School, Aligarh Campus 1, Lucknow. The winners are Gauri Jain and Arohi Singh from Delhi Public School, Noida. Congratulations to the winners. You are requested to please play the video of Avmuk winners.
So today we are talking about adolescence and digital age. What we like is resource collaboration. Creative platforms are available to us. In my report is the quality education thus bringing us to economic growth. Life is changing, things are been making. This is what we call as digital aging. This is the new century. We don't live in history. This is the new era. We don't care if it's whatever. This is the new century. We don't live in history. But this leads us to problems with health. Sleep is lost like lost and well. Plagiarism is having a field day trip. Communication skills are doing a scam. What is real or digital? We don't know. Life is changing. Things are been making. This is what the adolescents are facing. This is the new century. We don't live in history. This is the new era. We don't care if it's whatever. This is the new century. We don't live in history. This is the new era. We don't care if it's whatever. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. This is the new century. We don't live in history. This is the new century. We don't live in history.
Hello everyone, I Arohi Singh and my partner Gauri Jain will be presenting a poster prepared by Gauri and a poem written by me to describe the poster on the topic Adolescence and Digital World. Change in our body, change in our life. Yes, it is called adolescence. Yes, that is hitting the puberty line. Some days it's bad, some days it's yes, I'm a teen. Bad days with pimples and good days with the rough and tough voice. Along with adolescence, we are further introduced to the digital world. Along with digital world, we are introduced to cyberbullying safe world. From a kid to a teen, from Excel to Instagram, we all have suffered changes. We all have learned about social media pros and cons. Don't post inappropriate content. Don't make people feel bad about themselves. Both adolescence and digital world have two sides, good and bad. Both adolescence and digital world are not that easy to deal with. You have to be careful, you have to accept the change. You have to be careful and you have to accept the change. Thank you.
Ma'am, I have to ask that, ma'am, what is of the ma'am, what is of the ma'am eighth? Ma'am,
For Bol Bala, the results will be very soon announced. You'll have to wait for some time. So for
Okay,
now,
ma'am.
we will be, yeah, thank you. So for now, we will be announcing the winners and the first runner-up for Vivechan, which is English slam poetry competition. And the result declaration will be followed by showcasing of the winning entries. The first runner-up goes to Bhavika Julka from Bal Bharati Public School, Pitampura. The winner is Parth Yadav from Delhi Public School, Vasant Kunj. Let's have a big round of applause for the winners.
I was young when I realized that stereotypes are society's creation. Their inner loathing materialized. They think they're right, they think they're perfect, but thinking that one can't change isn't all that right. They aren't that superior in retrospect. Go ahead and tell that man that he can't let his emotions show, that he's strong, that he can never be wrong, that he has a heart made of stone. Go ahead and tell me that I am a woman, so I must be weak. I must rely on men to drink and to eat. My place is in a kitchen and not an office. My heart is soft. It can shatter, it can break. Curse them for having brown skin. Go ahead, do that. Tell them they can never win, that they are lesser, that their core is rotten, that they will be forgotten. Go ahead and tell that young girl who adores sports that her dreams ensure that she can never be a woman. She can't roll around in mud in the morning and in the night she can't dream of wearing gowns and living in forts. Force her to make a choice. So she leaves behind what her heart wanted and lives a life forever haunted. Please go ahead and tell that young boy who likes to sing and dance that he's not a real man, that he's a disgrace, that he should never show his face, that he's a criminal for liking dolls better than liking footballs, that he can never be himself. Go ahead and tell that man from a minority that he's uneducated, a terrorist. He can never be a feminist. He hates the superpowers of the world. He is violent and destructive, and most of all, conservative. Take a lead. Go ahead, tell that atheist that he's terrible, a monster, a man who believes facts over fiction. He deserves no place in this world. He will never be heard. Go ahead and tell that beautiful girl that she can never be friends with someone from a different herd, that they are unfit. Force her to be called a hypocrite. Tell her that she's not meant to fit in, that she should always stand out, that she should never run with the crowd. Hey, go ahead and tell her that just because she gained a little weight, she deserves animosity. She deserves hate. She's dirty and she's gritty. She can't be pretty. Go ahead and tell them everything you know, everything you believe. But don't forget, you reap what you sow. These actions are ones you will grieve. Let me let you all in on a secret. We are human. We make mistakes. Leave the past behind, for the times have changed. This life will go by in a blink. It's time to change what we think. As I breathe in this world that's evolving, changing, as I dwell on the earth that's revolving, these stereotypes seem outdated. They seem ironical, a mockery. Instead of letting humanity completely dissolve, let's destroy these stereotypes and let the world evolve. Thank you.
My friends, wake up. I know that in your dreams you see the world the way it should be, but we breathe in reality. Your sleep, it won't stay peaceful even through a whisper of evil, and there is evil in the minds of sleeping people. Wake up. It's slipping through our fingers. The ability for civility, because clenched fists don't know what they're fighting for. It's not love. Wake up. There you go. Now rub that sleep from your eyes, arise, tell them why we despise the lies of a hateful enterprise. Tell them the dream, where nobody dies, and no one gets hurt, and no one feels the emotional pain of being told that they're not the same. Tell them we share 99.9% of our DNA, so we don't know them by difference. We know them by name or friend. And I would face my fears for the friends that I love, because love is an infinite blanket. I would pick apart the positive pieces of my past so that I can remember to thank it. Because every single little bit of it, of little love in life, could turn the world into a banquet. It's easy to sleep. This takes strength because the heart is just a muscle, and humans, we make mistakes, but it's time to heal. Too long have we reacted to the things that we feel, and it's not true to who's inside us, because we've all had bad thoughts, but they don't have to define us. It's time to trust that difference is not a threat to us no matter what it takes, because food for hate is what fear makes, but you, my friends, you're awake. So let's make a loud alarm clock on the dawn of this new day, a harm block for the new ways with arms locked, standing strong, because this world does have wrong, but two are not right. We can end dark nights with sunlight and wake the world from sleep, because we will change the world with the words that we speak. Just wake up and make so much noise so that no one can sleep. Thank you.
Now I would request Hargun ma'am to play a short video of the Abhivyakti entries.
कुछ पाने की हो आस आस, कोई अरमा हो जो खास खास आशाएं, हर कोशिश में हो बार बार, करे दरियाओं को आर पार आशाएं, तूफानों को चीर के मंजिलों को छीन ले, आशाएं मिले जिंदगी, उम्मीदें हंसे जिंदगी, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी, आशाएं मिले जिंदगी, उम्मीदें।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Kindly note that the merit certificates as well as the participation certificates will be mailed to the teacher in charges of each school very shortly. Now, I would request Meher to give the vote of thanks.
We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated teachers and students. We thank our principal ma'am for providing us with a platform for putting up this event, and our vice principal ma'ams, Ms. Kanika Sachdeva Govi and Ms. Anshu Kumar, for guiding us throughout. We extend our sincere thanks to all the guests who graced this occasion and motivated us with their valuable knowledge. I request you all to stand straight for the national anthem.